Good morning, Enrico and Nightshade, and a happy Monday to you all. How you all doing? How's your day so far? Hello, milady. Hello, Zucchini. Hello, Caleb. It is a good morning, isn't it? I am feeling very good. And it feels very morning too, right? I'm very excited though, because I have a lot of things going on today. We have new features in Anathema, which is very exciting. And I'm doing a sponsored segment in about 2 hours. So it's the first one I do. So I'm a little bit excited about that too. I did make sure to check them out and see that they weren't like in any controversial like better help or anything like that. Right? So I think it's going to be fine. Oh yeah, when I'm when I'm in the co-working channel, Enrico, I am very right. It's like at the end of the day, I've done a lot of things. Oh no, yesterday I had to go and be very social as well. So I did that just before. I done a lot of programming. Then I was in the co-working channel messing around with things, and then I had to go to a birthday party, and it's all very draining. So yeah. So yeah, it's all pretty exciting today. A little bit nervous, obviously, because I want to do a good job. Thank you so much, Sakini, for the sub. Thank you. Appreciate that. I want to do a good job with this as well. And yeah. I saw people sort of pop in and pop out of the co-working channel, and you guys are more than welcome to join. You don't have to chat if you don't want to. You can if you want to, but you don't have to. No microphones required. Co-working channel is kind of a if no one's talking, then I'm just acting like I'm streaming, and if someone wants to ask questions and chat, then that's also good. Yesterday I was working on the readme file for Anathema, and sometime before that I was chatting with Alan, also known as the ADOP Alan here on Twitch. And I joined just to exist in there. Yeah. I mean, as you should, but don't feel it like it's a bother, right? It's I think we are so it's a small community, right? We're not fancy pants, okay? So if you guys want to join, if you don't want to talk, that's also fine, right? I don't want anyone to feel like I joined and now I have to talk. Right, the talking is very much optional. Well, not for me. It's just what it's a thing I can't turn off. Right. So yeah, there you go. Right, and I can. There's a chance for me to catch up on the lingo of the youth by listening to Caleb. So I can learn to say things like I'm going skibbity on the toilet, and I have to pay my Phantom tax, and all these things are important for me to connect with the younger community, right? Yes. I think it's very important to feel like you guys don't have to chat if you don't want to, but you're more than welcome to, right? But yeah. So please join the co-working channel if you want to. I mean, and what Milady is saying as well, right? So you kind of just join in and chat a bit while you're doing things. And I do, and I sit there and work on something, and then I ask someone, so what are you working on? What are you doing? And stuff like that, right? If they are chatting, right? Sounds like your daughter now. Yeah. And I'm assuming that she's at least 60 years old, maybe. Life of a content creator, right? But we're not content creators, we're programmers. Content creators it's like a side effect, right? And how do I know that we're programmers? Because one, we're all here instead of being out socializing, and two, we are building things, and that's very good, right? That is how math works, right? But anyway, I'm warming up. Okay, I'm gonna give it a few minutes. At some point, Bonen is gonna turn up, redeem a game doll. So we're gonna be doing that one as well. I goofed that up. Game doll. No, the game doll's not a thing. Right? Oh my god. Help. All right, because the sponsored segment I'm doing is going to be in the browser. I have turned off dark mode, but there we go. I'm gonna turn it back on again, right? That looks I mean, I would say Final Fantasy 7 kind of Blade, but clearly not graphics. I don't think this has anything to do with Final Fantasy, though. I don't know what this is. No. We're gonna guess Hades. Okay. Ninja Gaiden. That would have been insane. Zero something? No. F-Zero. Zero Escape. That is not it. Mark of the Ninja. Okay, right. But I mean, I didn't really. I kind of I knew there was a game with that name, but I extrapolated that from seeing that. So it's not. I didn't know it. All right, let's have a look at the artwork. This is this Dead Island or Left 4 Dead? What do you think? Should we go with Left 4 Dead? No. Okay, what about Dead Island then? Oops. No. What about what's that one? Project Zomboid? No. I don't think I know this one. Back for Blood. I don't know this game. Man, okay. Did you say Plants vs. Zombies, Caleb? The mobile game? No, you were wrong, Caleb. Oh, you knew it. You knew it. Very good. Very good. All right. We're just going to get through a little bit of tea, a little bit of coffee. Then we're going to get going with Anathema. Very excited. It's very exciting. The piling zombies give it away. That just looks like anyone's garden. Okay. So what do we have to start with today? Give it a few more seconds. And then I'm going to demo a few things for you guys, right? If you have zombies in the garden, if you just leave them alone, they will become a problem. So you should definitely take care of them, right? It's not worth procrastinating on having zombies in your garden, right? And it can be quite unpleasant for the neighbors as well, right? So you should be a little bit considerate if you have zombies in your garden. But okay, but let's see. Zombies in your garden. That's the thing. Let's remember that one maybe. Yeah. What else do we got? What else do we got? We have released Anathema now. So I started making notes for some video stuff I need to do. Oh yeah, we need to write some recipes, I think, that we need to add to the guide. So let's look at the guide. Guide, please. The guide. All right, I guess I'm gonna have to... I never remember this URL. I always go to the GitHub repo to find the guide. So this is now what the repo looks like, okay? We got a list of supported features. We got a link to the guide. We're gonna make that a little bit bigger, right? We're gonna do that this morning. I've had an example for a component, an example for a template, and I've also added screenshots with attribution to people. And there's an ASCII cinema in here as well, which is very cool. I want to show this off again because I think this looks very cool. Yeah, so there is this stuff. We now updated the README, so it has a little bit more. I still haven't thought of a project that I want to do to showcase this, but I'm gonna have to build something over over like a period of projects kind of thing, right? So I want to showcase different features. And if we pop over to the guide, can we just go to which one are we on? I think we're on like the Switch. So we have a with and a switch. Can we get branch the feature switch, right? I just deleted my switch. Is this live? It is not. Dash M with. Actually, let's see the git log. Okay, we already have that. So let's just git commit amend that thing, right? I'm gonna clean this up a little bit. Okay, so there's a test for this thing that is not done. That's what we're gonna do, right? Anathema souffle, yeah. I'm gonna ask my company to offer me remote so I can also sit for college placements. Do you have any advice on how to approach them for it? With confidence, Shishi. If you ask someone for something and you don't exert confidence, it's a lot easier to be dismissive, right? So if you tell your boss, "Can I have a meeting, sir?" And the boss goes, "Okay, what do you want?" And you go, "Could I please work from home, sir?" And he goes, "No, you can't do that." Very easy to dismiss that. But if you go, "Hi, there are things that's coming up, so it would really work well for me if you could let me work from home. Okay, is there anything that would prevent me from doing so?" Then it's a lot harder to turn you down. If you express what you want and you say it with intent that you have a good reason for doing so, not that you just want to work from home because, right? I don't know if sitting for college placements is a good enough excuse or not. I don't know that. But the key here, I don't know what like your culture or anything like that, how they're gonna react to that, right? But the key here is that you express confidence, okay? You say, "I need something and this is why I need it," rather than "Could I please have something?" Because "Could I please have something" is very easy to say, "No, we can't do that now." All right. If I look busy and you are not confident, I'm just gonna make you feel like you're gonna bother me no matter what you do. So I can very easily dismiss you, right? I mean, not me personally. I'm not like that, you know. Maybe. But no, that is my take on that. Okay. Let's pop open the README and let's make a little bit larger, a little bit of a larger version of the guide here. So we have these. Can we just do this? The guide. I think that might work. I probably shouldn't have a full stop there. So we're going to add that. Okay, let's go and write some tests as well, right? Hello, Monian. So a couple of recipes that I would like to, and I guess we could do this now, right? A couple of recipes that I want to add to this is the way for us. Well, that's an alarming username. Thank you for the follow. I'm definitely keeping an eye on you. Let's do this with the guide running. So cargo, no, MD book serve. All right. Okay, so at the bottom here, we have inputs and other components. I think we're going to add another section for common, what do we call this? Like common recipes. Okay, let's see what this would look like. And we have recipes there, which would go here. And we'll make a list of recipes for this. And one thing that I would like to express Yay, money. But you know what? The thing is, the thing with the sponsor is that it's good. Okay. And this sponsor actually has something to offer what I do. So this one could benefit us, right? We might be building a website today. We might be. I'm not saying we definitely are. I'm saying we might be. When I get to the segment in about 2 hours time, give or take, then you'll see what it is, right? But it's gonna be AI centric, and we're gonna build something, right? That's all I'm gonna say, right? Dig my keyboard, right? There you go. 2 interviews, that's good. Congrats, right? But yeah, we're not gonna get to the sponsor segment just yet. We're gonna talk about that in a little bit, right? But now I want to talk about the common things that you expect from programming languages that isn't supported by templating languages, right? And that might be doing something like, let's say that we have a state value. Let's say that we have a struct called myState, not to be confused with MySpace. Whoops. We're going to derive state here, and we have a value. And if this value, let's just make this thing a bool, okay? Because that's kind of a common thing to have, okay? To have a Boolean value, and then we're going to have some AML here. AML is obviously not a recognized tag, so I wonder what happens if we do type that out there. But wouldn't that be amazing one day if we actually had AML as an option, right? And let's say that we are going through or let's say that we want to draw something. We want to draw a border. It's always a border, like borders everywhere, right? With a VStack and some text in there. And this one says, hello world. Okay. And with this, I just had a terrible idea. Okay, let's not go overboard with our terrible ideas just yet, right? As a matter of fact, why don't I show you this in the demo instead, right? So let's remove template index and let's make a new template index file. And let's say that we have a bool here. It's a bool. And we just say that this thing is equal to not this thing, right? So we are flip-flopping the bit. We're toggling the bit. All right. So let's go in here. Let's throw our border in there. Let's throw our VStack in there. Let's throw our text in there. And well, yeah. Let's say that we have the word hello in there, right? Hello world. Who doesn't love a good old hello world? Okay, now here's the thing, right? Here is the thing. If we just look at what the state is here, okay, it's going to be false. And if we push a button, we can sort of toggle between these 2 states and it's all good, right? But what happens if you want to say state is true, then text is bold and the VStack is red? Or blue, and state is false, then the text is italic and the VStack is red, right? So let's say this is kind of how you want to do something. The way you would do this, it would be something with the current version, right? Say the background, if it's red, okay, that's fine, but we don't want it to be red unless it's false, right? So what we can do is we can have a set of states here. You know what? We should probably prohibit a global value named state. That's the but well, let's make that a reserved keyword as well, right? It could be Nightshade. You know what movie I watched yesterday? If you know that, that's weird. But I watched a movie yesterday with my kid, and I knew it was going to be terrible, but oh my god, was it ever so terrible. Okay, red, blue, and Okay, so if the state is true, then it's blue. If it's false, then it's red. Okay, so that would be index 0 and that would be index 1, right? No surprise there. Now, here's the thing. Here's something that maybe you didn't know that we can do this, but now you can call toInt on the state, right? And it's 1. So we can toggle the state between 1 and 0 like this by just calling toInt. That's pretty cool, right? Okay, if we can do that, then we could just say that this is states and the value is state here, right? It's an integer. Now, I don't have to call toInt here. I should have to, but the notion of being able to treat booleans as numbers was added before template functions, right? So, okay, that's all well and good. But what else can we do? We can do more interesting things than that, can't we? Yes, we can. And we're supposed to say the text is bold, right? So bold is state. Will that be correct to do? It's really hard to see. Let's set the foreground to black here so we can actually read the text, right? Okay, so if it's true, then it's bold and blue. If it's false, then it's red, and it's supposed to be italic, right? Now, the italic part is actually kind of easy to do. So let's just say italic is not state, right? So now we can swap between these two. Okay, now that's all well and good, right? Because what we're working with here is a Boolean value, right? But let's say that our state is not a bool. It's a U32 instead, right? And what we do when we push a button is we're going to increment this by 1. It's probably the most exciting thing you ever seen, but you know, whoops, it just stopped working, right? Because we end up, well, you can sort of see that, but we end up having a non-existent, we end up with null as our value, right? So then we have to say modulo 2 here, right? Because we are only going between 0 and 1, okay? And then that becomes the same thing here, right? So state modulo 2 is equal to 0, right? 1. Whoops. Oopsie doodles. Oh, it's the other way around. Okay. So 0 there. And then here we have to do the same thing, but for 1. Like so. And okay. So, but you can see how this is getting like more and more verbose, right? There's a lot of things happening here. Okay. And what if we... what if we want to render an additional something? Okay, you know what? We don't have to drag this out anymore. Let me catch up with you guys first, right? Thing plus one thing modulo equals 2. What is modulo equals 2 supposed to do? I don't understand that, 9Cs. But more importantly, let me show you what we can do now. We can actually change this with a with statement. So we're going to say with x as, and then we say state modulo 2 is equal to 0. Okay. So now we've introduced a new scope with x. So we can just change you to x, and we can change you to x, and you to not x, maybe. Whoops. We could not do that. Where did I go wrong? No, we have... Oh, there we go, right? Oof. Right? So using this with statement, we can make sort of more complex expressions into the state is less than 25, right? And well, now it doesn't do anymore because the state is never going to be true. But let's say 125 then, right? So we can keep flipping between these two until we get to 125 and done. Now you can't do it anymore, right? So you can set these up. So we bind an expression to a variable inside a given scope. If we were to do this in another vertical stack outside of this thing, and I just put text hello state down here, and I try to use X so outside of this scope, there's no X there, right? Because it only exists within that particular scope, right? So this is the with statement, and it allows you to make things a lot more sort of stylable. Let's do this. Let's make something a little bit more extreme. I want to see what happens if we do this, right? Yeah, I think with this we override everything. Okay, let's get rid of all this, and let's just say text state here. So this should, yeah, this is just showing this. We have overridden the state. So maybe what we need to do is prevent states from existing as, let's make a note to self. Note, make states an invalid ident for consts. There we go, right? And yeah, so let's not do that. Instead, let's make something called a theme here, right? And we make this a map instead. And let's say that we have some, like, we can have some more complexity here, right? Let's have something called active, where the foreground is white and the background is black. And then we're going to have something called inactive. And here we're going to say that the background is reset, because reset kind of resets the colors and stuff, and that will be dark gray. Okay, so now we have two different sort of states for our theme, right? So if we provide this with our template, remember that this thing is a const. I should probably not use let. I should have used const here instead, but we might make let an alias to const and just get rid of that, right? And what, right? Because let, well, it doesn't imply anything. All right. Anyway, who cares? So we can now say with, and we have to decide what the theme is, right? With theme as, and then we're going to get our theme here, and we're going to get an index for our theme, and we can just do state modulo 2, right? Is equal to 0, because it doesn't really matter what it is that we do. We just got to do something, right? And now for our text here, when we run this, we can now start using the theme for our foreground. That could be theme.foreground, and our background can be theme.pg, right? And it doesn't work. Oh, right. I just realized that I named these as active and inactive, right? So I should have done something better with that, right? We can still keep this if we wanted to. It would make more sense to make this into a list, right? Because we're using integers here. And then here we're going to say active and inactive, like that. Okay, well, brain, thank you. Right? So you can see how we can sort of toggle between active and inactive theme-wise. And we can just include a state here so we can see the state changing as we do things, right? But the cool thing is that with this with, we can do a lot more. Let's say that we have a if it's inactive, then we have show info is true. We could say show info is false here, or we could just fall back to the null thing, right? And then we say we have a v-stack in here, obviously, and then if the theme.show info, then text will be with a foreground of red saying this is the info, right? There we go. So we can sort of turn that on and off based on what we're doing here, right? So yeah, it's very the with statement is a lot nicer. If we were to rewrite this to, I don't know where I stopped it, but if we were to rewrite this to not use this with statement, our code will look something like this, right? We would have to use this everywhere we use theme. Okay. Whoops. Do we have? I have one more place here. There we go. Right. And let's get rid of you and then you. And okay, and it's working again. But as you can see, this is a lot less pleasant to do and to read than to be able to do this. So the with statement really helps you make this legible. It's just saying within the context of this with, you have something called theme that you can use, which is going to point to one of these things, right? Now I used an index here, but we could obviously have used something else, right? For these things, right? We don't have ternary operators, so we could have done more if we had that, right? But we don't have that right now. Another thing I want to show you, which is kind of exciting, it was added as a result of a conversation with Wairu, who was asking how to do sort of like routing if you wanted to do a route between a bunch of different things. So let's make a few templates in here. So we're going to make templates. Let's call it home.aml. And we're just going to put a text here saying you are home. Okay. Let's make another template called list.aml. And we're going to put a vstack. It will say for I in 1, 2, 3. Text item I. So that's our list. So we got our list and our home. And let's do something else, right? We can do like an individual item, right? So let's do new, template, item.aml as well, right? And then we say vstack, text, this is an item, and then text item number 5, right? Because why not? We don't really have much to say about that, right? Okay, so if we were to do this in the current way, we could use our state as some kind of root here, okay? But let's give it a name instead. So let's say that this is a string instead. And then we're going to match on the state here. Can we do as red? No, we can't, right? We're going to match on the state. And we're going to say if it's something, then do something. Otherwise, we're just going to return here, right? To keep it easy. And we'll do a state transition, right? So you want Esther, no doubt, right? So let's start with if it's nothing, then we're gonna say that it's home, right? So state dot set to home to stir. All right, and I'm gonna try something in a bit as well, right? No, there is no. Instead, we have to dereference that and say that you're equal to that to string. Sorry, I've forgotten how to write code, evidently, right? If we're on home, then we're gonna go to the list. Whoops. And let's say list here. If we're on the list, we're gonna go to the item. And if we're on the item, we're gonna go back home again, right? Seems easy enough, right? Hello, mastered. But let's add one more thing here. Let's add a new template, and we're gonna call this the default template, right? And text. If you can see this, then no route has been set, right? And if we run this and we open up our index, there is nothing there now. And we're going to match on this thing. We're not going to match on this thing because we don't have match, right? So if we say if state is equal to home, then, well, you know what? I just realized I forgot to actually load the template here, right? So let's add a template. We don't care about any of that. We're gonna add home, like so. We're gonna add list and item. No, I wrote list again because for some reason. All right, so let's go back to our index and we say if the state is home, then include home. Else, if the state is list, then show the list. Else, if the state, I almost wrote there. is item, then show the item, else default. I don't know if I actually added the default. No, I did not. And I don't know if default is a registered keyword. And I'll show you that in a second. Yeah, it is. Let's not call it default. Let's call this def. All right, cool beans. Else def. There we go, right? Okay, so if you can see this no route has been set, I'm gonna press the key and then it says you are home, then it's the items, then it's the particular item, and then we're going back home again. So we're never getting back to the default one, right? So let's make an H stack up here, and we're gonna have a text here. We're gonna have text saying home. And we're gonna have text saying list and item. Can we do that? And we'll make another. We'll put a spacer here. I'm just freestyling now. Default, and then that's gonna be in a V stack. And then finally, this will sort of be the body. So we'll expand this, and we'll put a border around it. And then we're going to expand the border as well. So the border takes up all the space. And we're going to do a V stack in here. And we'll do this. This is going to be our, whoops, our sort of navigation here, right? So this will be our sort of main content. And then this will be our nav, even though this isn't really a nav, right? They look pretty bad. Let's put a border around everything here, right? If in doubt, border it out, right? That's what they say. People say that, don't they? And save that, please. Thank you. Right. So we got these things. We don't have anything that says that it's active or not, right? So we can do that here. We can say bold is state is equal to what would that be? State is an empty string. That would be. And then bold is something else, right? And then we'll set, so we can just make these bolds, right? And that would be item. And then here we're just going to change you to list and list. Let's add a little bit of space there. Not that I think you actually need it, but we'll add it anyway, right? And then list becomes home. Go home. There we go. All right. So now it's default. And so you can see how we can sort of navigate with these things. So we sort of have a nav now, right? Which isn't too complex and too confusing to have, right? This is pretty decent, I'd say, right? But that's not what I'm interested in. The thing I want to show off is this thing, right? The main content. This is what you have to write with what is currently released today. But what's going to be released within the next hour or so, right? You can write switch state. And if it's home, then home, right? If it is, whoops, list, then list. If it's item, then item. Otherwise, default says def, right? Now, how is that not a beautiful way of making a syntax error? Oh, yes. So for some reason, I confused myself and I thought that we had to add commas because we were in a match statement in Rust. We are not. There you go. No, there we don't go. Invalid token expected identifier. That's not right. Oh, right. Sorry. Case. There we go. Case. I am, I wrote this. I still don't know how to use it. But here we go. Here we have a nav, right? In 5 lines of AML, we now have a nav, which is a lot more legible and more pleasant to read than what we have down here, right? As the nav grows, so does the lines, right? But you might say, okay, that's very cool and how young and handsome you look. But what if I want to add more jazz to this thing, right? So, but we can actually put this on multiple lines, right? So we can say text, title, home here if we want to, right? And I don't know where that has gone, right? Maybe we need a VStack in there. There we go, right? So you can write entire chunks of templates in there. That's perfectly fine to do. But if you only want to use this as a nav, it's intentional that you can write this on one line, right? So I think that I'm very excited about that. Oh, chat is broken. So good spot there. Oh, wow. Event sub. Panicked at event sub. Read 88. Okay, let's go to Bunnybot. Event sub. Read 88. Oh, we didn't get a message. And I don't see the output for that. So let's just do continue here. Although I do got a feeling that that's not the right thing to do. Okay. I'm not sure why that broke. Again, there's definitely work that has to be done on that. Wow. Okay. Let me catch up with chat. So sorry, I completely missed that. I didn't realize it was broken. You sponsored today? Today I'm doing a sponsored segment, Doru. Are you sponsored by Anathema? No, sadly not. Anathema is not a project that has any money behind it. Hello, Marvin. How you doing? What is this about a sponsored segment? Yes, it will be a sponsored segment in about an hour and 20 minutes. We're going to do a sponsored segment and we're going to tinker with it. Hello again, Niceys. Stop finding bugs. Yeah, but that's different bugs though. Different bugs. Right? Balatro sponsored. Yeah, no, that would be a thing. Right? I think the person who actually made Balatro was in my stream when I was playing Balatro, and they said like, oh, I have a new update coming out, but I didn't know at the time who made Balatro. So to me, it was just a random stranger in my chat saying they have an update coming out to something, and I was like, I don't know what you're talking about, right? And I was being very dismissive. But how am I supposed to know that, right? Yeah, I think that was the person I checked. But how am I supposed to know that, right? I don't know the name of everyone who makes everything. So I just thought it was someone who usually hang out in the stream during the programming segments, which is the majority of our streaming content. And they just wanted to talk about their game or their project or whatever. And I'm like, I don't know who you are. I don't know what update you're talking about. Right? Like, please feel free to not give me contact. I didn't say that to them, but that was my sort of attitude towards it. I didn't know, right? I didn't know. I was watching Marek Count's stream Anathema. Was it 2 days ago? And it was kind of fun to watch. And it also made me aware more of what we need to provide when it comes to solving problems. And that's why I want to write this sort of recipe section for the guide where we talk about how do you do certain things, right? How do I build a router? How do I communicate across async? What do I do? How do I do like theming and have conditionals and things like that, right? So I think that's, I kind of just listed a few ones there that are quite useful. That's the MD book. So let's say that we're going to have a few recipes here. What do we need? We need a theming. Why is theming not a recognized word? Vim, what do you think it should say? Right? Where's the button? Okay. All right, never mind then. So theming, async, routing. I think routing, we just built what I think is a good demonstration of how routing works, right? I mean, I got really excited about using my own software the other day. That is not something that happens frequently, right? I don't usually care for the thing that I write. So what should we do here? I wonder how we could make this, but it doesn't matter. Oh, and then somehow I broke something. There we go. Right. So I'm not generally like excited about using things that I wrote because I usually don't finish anything. I mean, that might be something that we all can relate to. But when I was using these things, hello Ma, how you going? When I was using something, I was building something yesterday. I was tinkering with something yesterday, and I just realized that this is working, and this is actually, I can confidently say that I believe in this. I think this is really good. I wanted this to exist, and it does now. I wanted to be able to build this thing. I want to be able to build other things. And I want to be able to make complex terminal apps that other people can modify. And I was frustrated with how we theme and modify and style TUI apps these days, right? There's a lot of things missing from Anathema, but I would say this is a step in the right direction. Absolutely. And I'm very excited about the existence of this now, right? But yes, okay. I'm good, mate. I'm good. Thank you, 9Cs. Yeah, I'm feeling very positive about this, and it's not like a look what an amazing thing I made kind of thing. It's like, no, this thing, I don't care who made this, right? And I did say at one point, I want the community, I want the involvement around Anathema to extend beyond me. I don't want to maintain and work on this for the rest of my life, right? And I don't want it to die. So I want the list here to increase. I want more contributors, right? Even if it's just, if you just find a typo somewhere, submit a PR, right? I want more souls claimed here, right? Oh yeah, by the way, I live of your souls and your blood. No. Goodbye sponsorship. No, so the existence of this is very important to me. I like it. I worked a long time on this, a lot longer than I thought I would. And the fact that this is now released is pretty good. But it is not perfect. We're going to make it better. So we're going to explain through recipes how to do certain things. And I think we can actually start with the routing though, right? And let's see what the summary says here. So we're going to have recipes. We're going to have routing. And I will go to routing, and we're just going to grab that and put that here. So if we go here, what do you mean? Just go there, please. Routing. And if we then go here, we end up there. Okay, perfection, right? So let's write a brief description on how we can do routing. I wonder, before we do this, I wonder if we can make the routing thing even more disturbing. I think we can. Let's overcomplicate things because everyone loves overcomplication, right? So let's call this thing the the router. Okay, and let's give it a struct root state. Now it should be an additional T here. And let's make you a state, and let's have a name for the root. That'll be a simple string. And let's also have some kind of value that, as a matter of fact, no, let's be even worse. Let's have a root state, right? Oh, value, no value state. Okay, we're not going to publish this example because I'm going to go overboard with this for no reason whatsoever, okay? We're going to have a name. And we're going to have a value here, which will be just some number. And in our root state, we're actually going to have roots. That is a list of roots. Okay, maybe a map of root would make more sense, but we'll do a list for now, and then we'll have a selected one, right? So whenever we build this, let's import the root state. So import root state. Whoops. And let's have a new function here, and we're gonna start with some roots. That's gonna be a vec of some sort, and we're gonna say roots is a list from iter roots, and selected it will be a 0 into, right? Now we have to add a root here, so we can go with the roots that we already have, right? So we have root, and what's this gonna have? We're gonna have a name which was home to string into, and then we're gonna have a value, or let's just say the value is 1, 2, 3, right? That's easy enough. We had list, and we'll make the value something else. 1. Okay, cool. And then we have item, and let's add another value there for no reason whatsoever. And then we're gonna call roots into to translate that. Wait, no, to translate that into a value. And now we have a more complex root state. Now our root has a string as a state. We don't want that. We want root state here. And we're using default, so we're gonna change that instead to just component. We don't need you anymore. Instead, we're gonna say router, and then router state. Was it router state? Yeah, root state. Root state new. Right. So now we can create this thing, and then that's gonna be state. There's no state there. Okay. Instead, what we're gonna do is we're going to iterate when we press. We're going to swap the state like we did before, right? So we're going to say that the index is state.selected, selected, to ref, and +1. Okay, so that's going to be the next index. Let's get rid of you for a hot minute, and then we have to change the index, right? So state.selected.set to index. So we update this guy. Why are you complaining? Because we have to dereference there. So we're just going to cycle through the index. But before we do that, we're going to say if the index is equal to state.root.length, then index is 0. Ah, right. Well. I guess we'll just make you a U size. There's no actual harm in that. Is this a U32? No. Then oh, right, I changed the value, not the selected one, right? Ooh. And I thought I was sharp today. I was not. There we go. So we can now just select the state by cycling through a bunch of indices, okay? That is kind of simpler, right? Isn't it? If we go to our index ammo now, none of this should work, right? Pressing buttons, all we do is cycle through the state. We can see what the state is if we just hop into here and we say current index is state.selected. Yeah. Okay. That one was a bit ugly. All right. So you can see how we can cycle through these things. So now we're going to match on state.name instead. Was it state? Is it name? No. Right. The whole point was of the width, right? So width, root as state dot, and what do we call that thing, right? Was it like a list or roots, right? So root state dot roots, and we're gonna do state dot selected. Okay, so now we have an actual root instead, so we can match on root name. Okay, how about that? Thank you for the follow. So this is now combining the width and the root to give us, we didn't have to change anything here. We just changed that to name, or sorry, state to root because of that, right? And it becomes so much more convenient to work with. But what we also can do, because the root contains additional values, right? We can just say that the value is root.value. Okay. So what does that mean? Okay, the current root, let's move this up into, let's move this up here, right? So we put another spacer here, spacer, and then this text up there. Right? So we kind of place this in the middle, and let's put some padding around you, padding 1, so it looks a little bit more centered. Hello, Skylar, how you going? And okay, so now we can choose like the current root through here. We're not doing anything with these guys yet, so we can do that in a bit. But yeah, so the current root index, or let's say current root index, right? Pretty good. You survived yesterday. Good work. All right. Me too. Okay, but what did I do? I passed in the root value. So let's go to our item here, right? This is an item number 5. But let's say that it's not item number 5. Let's say that it's item number attributes.value. Bam, it's item number 7. Because we passed 7 in as a value. Whoops. Don't edit that. Let's go to main. Go to main. There we go. And we can see that we set this one to 7. So we're just passing the value through. There's actually a lot you can do with attributes instead of having to have, like, you don't have to have state for everything. You can pass a lot down through attributes to do that. As a matter of fact, we could pass the entire root in here if we wanted to, right? Let's go back to our index, and here we're passing root value. Let's just pass the root in here. Now, that's gonna be attributes dot value dot value, which is a bit awkward, right? But let's change these things to not say, let's change this to be root, right? And that becomes attribute root value. What's the name of this thing, right? We can say root name is attributes root dot name, right? And now you got root name in there as well. So again, there's quite a lot you can do with attributes. You don't have to make a dedicated state for everything if you don't want to. Some of these things are just to break up the layout, the design, right? We can also pass the, well, I gotta say we pass the index in if we wanted to, but I guess that's a bit meaningless because the index won't change while one root is selected, because it's a result of changing the actual root, right? So yeah, okay, let's go and write this up then in our guide. So routing could be, we start with some Rust code and we end up with some AML. I'm gonna start tagging things with AML to see what they look like. Text hello span sausage. Okay, let's see what this looks like if we go to here, right? Yeah, it works perfectly fine in that it doesn't do anything, right? It works fine in that it doesn't do anything. Okay, let me make sure we're good. Okay, so let's write this up then. So what would this kind of look like? What would we do here? So routing can be done with a combination of state and switch. Okay, so let's write up a well, we use a component, struct router that doesn't have anything. We're going to implement component for the router. And we're just going to say that the state is a string. We could also say that it's a, not type, message. We can also say that it is a number, right? Now, if we wanted to communicate with the router, we could also accept a string here. As a matter of fact, why don't we do that to show how a component could change root through an action, right? So let's make our item a little bit more complicated, right? Let's say that our item is going to be its own component. So we're going to have a struct item, and it's going to... We don't need that. I don't know where I added all that. Let's have a component. Not como que. For item. And here we're going to have a key press. I never read these things. I never remember these things. Instead, I just always copy and paste that from the definition of the component, which is why we have this. So you can copy and paste this thing and it will just work. If you don't have this, these would be warnings and that would just be annoying to have to go and fix, right? Okay, so let's match on the key. So we'll say match on key.getCar. And if it's some 1, then we're going to do something. Otherwise, we're just going to return because we do not care. Actually, we don't even have to do that. We can just do this. And then here, what we're going to do is... Actually, we're going to return here. Okay, we'll return because we're going to continue this thing. So we're going to say let root equals whatever we get here. And then we're going to say context.components. And now I don't remember what we called you. We called you the index. Okay, but let's rename you to router instead, right? So that's going to be the router instead of the index. So the component that we're going to get, where are we? Oh, okay. So I'm writing this in the wrong place. Okay. Wow. I should write it here, not between the router state and component. That's just awkward, right? So here we're going to get the component and we're going to say by name, and which component do we want? We want the router, and we're going to send a message to the router, and we're going to send the route to the router. Now the router wants a string. Let's make this a usize, right? So that is what the router wants. Okay. So if we press 1, we can start with 0, right? Then the value is the root is 0. If it's 1 and then 2, and I think that's all the roots that we have, right? And if we don't get any of those values, we don't really care, right? So we're just going to go there, okay? So we're sending the root, what? Default? We don't need default. So we're sending the root to the router, right? Now up in the router, we need to accept a message, right? So we'll go on message and we're going to ignore most of the things that we get here. And we're going to skip you and you, but we do want the message, right? So we're going to say state.selected.set to the message, right? Now, we should do some validation here. Otherwise, it's a bit naughty to not do that, right? We're kind of just blasting through this and be like, yeah, you send 5? Sure, we don't have 5 roots, but that's a you problem. But now, when we're on the item here, we should be able to press 1, 2, or 3 to send the message to it, right? So not only that, we're going to try something that I haven't done before. And when we select a particular router, actually, you know what? It doesn't matter. We're not going to do that. I should, but I'm not going to. It is more fun, right? It leaves you wondering. And okay, that should be it, right? So we've just added this block of code where we can accept a number to be pressed. And when something is pressed, we're going to transmit that back up into the router. So running this, if we associate the router with the item now. So that's a little bit awkward that I picked the item, but you know, such is life. So that will be item, and state-wise, we don't care. We're just going to pass a unit because we don't care about the state for the item. Okay, so it says you are home. We are now looking at a root index 1, index 2. That's the item. So if I press 0, there we go, home again, right? Okay, that was a little bit hard to see what was going on there. Let's go back to our item template, and then here we'll say with foreground as, and then we're gonna have our colors, right? Colors is gonna be reset, whoops, string reset and yellow, right? These are the two colors that we're gonna have, right? So with the foreground as colors, focus, and that's it, right? So we're gonna use the color for that, and then we can just set the foreground to foreground, okay? It's going all right, Kelmer. How you doing? So again, in this case, the with statement is actually sort of superfluous. So maybe we don't care about the with statement there, right? But this does mean that we need the focus to exist in here, right? So let's call this thing state. Well, we can just call it state, right? To keep it simple, right? So where we passed in a unit before, we're gonna pass in a Boolean value now, right? That's gonna be false, and we're gonna. So this one's gonna complain because item doesn't want false. It wants a unit, but now it's a bool, so it's no longer an issue. Now we're just gonna make something simple here. On focus, we're gonna take the on focus and on blur events and sneak them in here. So if we are on focus, we're going to set the thing. So we don't care about this. And we don't care about that. And can you make that into a one-liner? Yes, so we have on focus and on focus. So we're going to change you to blur. Woohoo. All right, and then if it's focused, then we're going to say that the state is true. If it's blurred, then the state is false, right? So now we will be able to see that this component actually has focus. We can do sort of a little bit of a cleanup here as well, right? We can do that and that and change to, whoops, that. Come on. There we go. Oh, right. No, we do need the context here, not the state. We do need the key event as well, right? So let's add the context in here as well, right? I'm a little bit lazy, so I'm going to write like that. Oh, you do need to be so mutable. You do. Yes, you do. Okay, right. Then there we go. Right. I'm making, I'm demonstrating how to build routes, and I'm writing this up so we can show how to build routes with sort of like a routing with. Let me show you. All right. So we've just taken the item template. If we go into our index, here's our, well, that's kind of hard to see from here. Let's go into our item here and our index down here, right? So if we are inside the index and we choose the item template, we are now looking at the item template here, right? So whether this thing's going to change the foreground between reset and yellow depends on whether the item is in focus or not, right? So if we run this thing and we change it to item, so we're on index 2. I think I goofed something up. Yeah. Let's see what the item looks like. Foreground call state. Did I do that? Oh, semicolon. Oh my god. I really gotta stop doing this. I'm so used to putting semicolons behind everything, right? Well, more demonstrating how to build text user interfaces in the programs in the terminals that look and behave in a certain way. That's more like that, right? Okay, so now here we're on the item thing. So if I press tab, we have now focused it. If I press tab again, we're not out of focus. So now we can see whether this thing is in focus or not by seeing the text go from yellow, right? Let's break this and let's make the, actually, you know what? Why did I break this? We got hot reloading, okay? Whoops. There's something that breaks there. What is it that, what have I done that breaks this? And then there it broke again. Am I off by 1? I mean, that wouldn't be. So if we're there, we're going to set the index to 0. So this looks right to me, right? The index is the state selected, and no matter what we do, we're going to set it back to the index. And then we get back home, and then there, and then it crashes. So let's do this, right? let's disable the old screen and add a .clear here instead, right? So if you want to see the error messages, that's basically what you do, right? And error, there we go. So in the builder, this should not panic in the future. This component has already been used. Oh, shape. It's recreating the components. That could be a bug. Let's change the switch to an if statement and see if it behaves the same. If it doesn't, then I just need to... I mean, we shouldn't... Yeah, it's an issue with switch in that case. But no, okay, it shouldn't, because a switch is just syntactic sugar for an if-else, right? Which is why there is no way that this thing would work if we change this. Well, we do have a width here. Maybe it is that. Maybe it is the width that is causing the issue. Okay, let's make this code gross, right? Because who doesn't love gross code? So let's just get rid of all of this. I'm going to take this guy now and replace every instance of root with that, which is super gross, okay? And now I regret passing the root in here. But, you know, let's grab that, and then default there. So now we don't have the with statement again. So let's see if, oh, okay. What did I goof up now? Value. Switch on that. Oh yeah, that's, I don't know what that was, but that doesn't need to be there. No, it's still break. Okay, good. It is not the with statement then. It shouldn't be the switch either, right? So let's make this even grosser while chasing the bug. So we say if the name is equal to home, then this is the case that we end up with, right? And that becomes an else if the name, you can see why the switch is preferable here, okay? This is what we want to avoid, is equal to list, then here's the list, and then else if the thing is item, then here's the item, else here's the default for def. Now I'm hoping that this will crash again. Yes. Okay, good. So that means that the problem is somewhere else, right? I am guessing that it is dropping the component and recreating it when in fact it should be reusing it instead. That's a beautiful bug. Okay, well that means that we don't have to fix anything. We don't have to fix any of this grossness. We can go back to using this because this is actually still correct. It's the underlying behavior that is not correct, which is what happens when it changes. So we're gonna have to pop the hood on this thing and look at the nature. What does it look like when the if statement is evaluated and it runs, and most likely it's just going to truncate the tree and get rid of these things. When in reality, if the if statement has already been evaluated, we should probably just leave it alone instead of truncating the tree, right? So we've already paid for creating this thing, so let's leave it in there, right? So right, there we go. Okay, here it is. But we were looking at the focus instead here. And now if I press a button, if I press 0, we should go home. All right. If we press 1, 2, it's not doing any of those things. No, we don't need that. Okay, let's put a breakpoint in here. By name router, and we do have a component by name router. We're sending that. So let's go all the way up here and let's just panic in here. So if I go there and I push a button, this should have crashed the application. I intentionally tried to crash it, right? It's all good. It's all good. Skylar. I might know a little bit about this, Skylar. It's all good. But more importantly, good. we are not getting the trigger here. We're not getting this part sent to our router. So let's panic in here. Now, if we press either 0, 1, or 2, this application should just crash, right? So we're going to go there. Now we put focus on this thing. I'm pressing 1, and it is explicitly panicking, right? We did this. We wanted this, okay? So getting a component by name router, which is the name of this thing, and we're sending it the route, that should work, right? There is no reason for this not to work, right? Oh, I'm kidding, Skylar. But yeah, don't read into that, right? I have been gratuitously watching someone abuse their chat, and I thought, why don't I get to do that? But it turns out I can't. I'm not allowed to. You guys get all like, no, I'm kidding. All right. Anyway, so by name, this should work. This should have worked. We should be getting this thing. We should be sending this the actual I-32. Oh. Well, okay, that doesn't work. This thing is only accepting use size, and we're trying to send it an I-32. So I think that was as easy as that, right? Okay, let's go into here, set focus, pressing 1. That takes us home. That is correct. If we run this again, actually 0 should. So we press 1, that takes us to the list. And if we go in here again, if we press 0, we should go back home. And we did. You are home. Okay. And then back into here to the item list, and the item, which is the thing that... Is it always the item that is crashing? We could try this by simply not allowing the item to exist in the root. We can take the item away from the root. So now that can never happen. Okay. And the reason this works and it crashes with this root is because we have registered the other roots as templates. All right, this is a sneaky one, but this is an actual component. And we're saying a component can only exist once, right? Whereas a template, you can have as many of those registered as you want, right? You can just create 300 of those. It's not a problem, right? But a component, there can only be one of, right? And here we come back to it, but that component has already been used. So now we're going to do something. Shouldn't casting automatically happen? That how can you cast a number? How do you know what type to cast with? How do you dynamically cast messages? Right? These are not done with any type. Instead, when you register a component, you get a component ID, right? And if we actually inspect this component ID, we can see there is a component ID generic over use size. So here, the message type is actually encoded into the Rust type system, right? Not AML. So the Rust type system would not allow us to send an I-32 to this, okay? So let's see what that looks like. Let's get an emitter. An emitter allows you to send messages to components, right? So builder.emitter, and now I can do emitter.emit the number 123 to the component ID. And this is fine, right? To the component ID, I can send 123. There we go. And this is fine. But if I say that this is a different numerical type, then it is not fine. Then it will crash, right? However, if we go and look at the actual code that we have up for the item, where we are sending it to the router, this is a dynamically resolved component. So we can't possibly know what message type this component wants. We don't even know if this component exists, right? We could change this to router with a hat on it, right? And this will still run, right? And 0, right? But we're never going to get the message because there is no such component. So we can't possibly know what type the component wants, especially when we can actually send this to multiple components, right? We could do actually send. No, we can't send to multiple components. Only one will take ownership. If we did associated events, that can go to multiples, and then we're sending a... But it's going to be the same as an associated event, right? A user-defined event where you're sending your specified type, and you have to decide what that is, and so on and so forth, right? Okay, so should we do a little bit of bug hunting before we hop on to the sponsored segment, which is about 40 minutes from now? What are we gonna do? We are going to we're going to we're going to go and look at what if statements do on change. That's what we're going to do. And this could be quite hairy. So I have to stop this, and this is unfinished, okay? This is unfinished. All right. Can we do a big chunky to do here so we don't forget about that? Here's a demo, and okay, now this is scary. Let's see what we have here. Yeah, we did that, and that's the only thing. So let's add that. Git add readme, and we could git commit the added guide in h2 to readme. All right, there we go. See, we can't even commit this because we have naughty things. But what we can do here is we can skip verify, perhaps. No. How do we sneak past the no verify instead of skip verify? That will skip past the check, but you mustn't do that, right? No, we don't push anything. I know this is not master, okay? This is certainly not master. But we don't have anything here, so we're gonna git switch to dev now. Pull. Make sure we have the latest git status. Everything's fine. And we're going to do git switch to a new branch. We're going to switch. We could have based this branch on the other stuff, right? But let's do a bug fix. Not a big fix. Bug fix. If else component reuse. Okay. So that's what we're going to do, right? You can as many you want, right? With all the work in progress messages. Yes. So let's go into widgets. I am doubting I will manage to get this done before the sponsored segment, but we'll see. Where do we do this? We need to observe what is happening in the tree as the value changes. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to reduce the scope of what we have here. So let's get rid of everything. And there we go. And now we reduce the scope. Let's remove templates, everything as well. So we're basically just going to have a clean project. Let's add the index. Let's bootstrap this to show the index. Index like this, text, index. All right. And back to main and run this thing. Okay. So how do we make this break? We make this break by loading and hiding a component based on something. Okay, so let's add a component to this. We can use default. Default is just a fancy way of doing a component, and by using default, I'm gonna call this break and break.aml. We can break this by simply just repeatedly changing this. Okay, let's add a template. Break.aml. Text break, and in our index we're going to use this thing, right? So we say vstack index if state is modulo 2 is equal to 0, then break. Okay, so we're gonna sort of tick between 1 and 2. We're gonna do this. We're gonna slow down the runtime, so we're gonna set the FPS to be 5. All right, so we do this 5 times a second. Now we just need to have a struct here called index that we're going to implement component for, and that's going to have a tick function, and this tick function is going to change the state, which will be a usize, and we'll say state plus equals 1 equals 1. There we go. And where are you? This will be the default index. Now we need to implement default for this to actually work, and we should be good. Thank you for the follow. Duration. Okay, that's third time. I can't be bothered to import that, right? And we have to change that before we consume it, not after. Now, this will change in the near future. I've had some thinking done, and I think I've come up with a way to do the one shot, but there's a bug that we need to fix as well before that. But anyway, so let's have a look at the index ammo file. Let's say index, and then we're going to have the count there. If we run this now, this should just tick up 5 times a second, right? But that is not the interesting part here. The interesting part is this, okay? This should start breaking, and it does, right? You can see that it blinks 1 and never gets to a second time, right? We can disable the alternative screen, clear the screen when we start, as per usual, so we can see. As a matter of fact, we don't even need raw mode, so we can see the error message a little bit better, right? There we go. Whoop. This component has already been used. Now, there's a couple of ways that we can fix this, right? One way would be to have a... when we drop a component, we put it back. Another way, which we're going to explore first, is that an if statement is not allowed to truncate the tree, which I think it does. So this could be a slow fix or it could be a quick fix. I don't know. But apparently, cargo clean. Okay, let's do this. Let's open up the lib file. Let's do a cargo check while I itch my nose. And we're good. Let's go to find the changes. And I wonder if it's nodes that has the changes here. We're looking for an update function. Yes, node has an update function. If it's a control flow, we're going to call update here. And let's see if we do, and we don't do anything that says truncate the tree, which is very unfortunate. I was kind of hoping that, but you know, that would be a thing. No. Thank you for making me do that. I love to do this because I haven't fixed this, so you can say these things. So maybe not say things like that until I can actually clear the chat on screen. Okay. Now, we were looking for some tree being truncated here. But it is not, right? Yeah, I just haven't updated that, right? So I'm a little bit busy with this stuff, but it's in the making. We got to figure out the other stuff, right? Hello, Pepper, how you doing? Oh, man, do I have things to show you? By the way, you're mentioned in the README now. You are mentioned in the Twitch Twitch user. The reason I didn't link to your Twitch is that I feel like if I'm going to link to people's social media, that would be a little bit unfair to some who has it and some don't have it. So I don't link to anyone's social media, but I was very specific by Twitch user Sergeant Pepper. So people will definitely find your stream through here, right? But yes, this stuff is here. There's a lot of changes. You too famous, too right you are. And I would love, we're right in the midst of a bug fix, but I would love to show you the routing work that has been done here that should make a lot of the stuff a lot simpler, right? Okay, so get right, and of course we've released this. This is, you can now cargo add anathema and it will work, right? Okay, so let's see what is actually happening here. So when we do a condition reload, that's really just reloading the value. That should have no impact on the tree whatsoever. So I don't know why this would disappear from the tree. There is one thing I can imagine, and that is that there is a logical flaw associated with the tree construction. Okay, so if we go to, and this is a scary place. Okay, there's a big to do saying clean this blessed mess. And here be dragons, because this code is a little bit scary, and I added more code to this yesterday. But the thing is, I want to help you with that, Pepper, but I realized that I don't know your application. Your application is too it's too complex for me to update it on my own, right? So I would be delighted to help you. We could do a code stream if you wanted to, where we go through doing changes, right? Somewhere we're gonna see if truncate is truncate. There it is. There is the issue. Where'd my H go? What? I don't understand what you mean. This here is the problem. If we take this line out, the application will stop crashing. It will probably not behave right. We will see a very strange bug now, possibly. Actually, we're seeing the break still there. In reality, what we have to do is we have to hide this thing. We have to exclude this. But if it exists, we have to include it, right? Where, don't try to gaslight me, girl. Go to your room. There's no H in my Twitch chat anywhere. I can see the actual Twitch chat on the other screen, okay? It's not an issue here, Skylar. It is an issue between your chair and your desk, all right? Pebcac. Problem exists between keyboard and, well, you know. Okay. So if we stop doing this, then we're good. Instead, we have to hide the first child and then show it if it becomes visible again, right? You're trying to gaslight me like you did with Paul Marek yesterday. Okay, let's see. What do we have? We need if we hide this, we exclude, not just hide. We have to exclude this from the tree. So here, if it has changed, then how do we do that? Okay, exclude from tree, right? But that is not the case always. So let's print out exclude from tree to be able to see this. And if we run this, but we're gonna change the code a little bit as we run this, because right now it will just keep saying exclude from tree and do its thing. But if we change this to say if the state is larger than 1, then break. And it should only say exclude from tree once there. Okay, there's a lot of exclusions there. So I probably want to reduce this to 1. And they might be, yeah, they are a result of something else. Okay. Do we really hit that statement that many times? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 times. We have some tree initialization going on and a few other things happening. But if we never change the value, it still says exclude from tree. Even though we never change the value? Well, that's... Oh, shit. Okay, I know what it is. Value usize. Okay, this is an unfortunate one, but there's not much we can do about this. So what does this mean? Well, every time this component is called, it will mark the value as dirty, right? When in reality, it's only dirty if we make a change to it. But we can't really detect that. We can only see if it has been accessed mutably or not if the memory has changed, right? We don't have any kind of monitor on the memory. That would be way too expensive to, I don't even know how we would run that. But so this is the closest we can get with this, right? So let's add a default implementation to you. Done. Now this is going to crash because we say that this, well, message. Message could just be a unit. There we go, right? So this one is going to complain because we don't have state. Then we do, but now it's going to complain down here. No, it doesn't because it implements default. And now we shouldn't see exclude from tree anymore, right? We see it once, and I'm not entirely sure why. Now, okay, I can see that. So that's going to be state.value, was it? Yeah, and then here's state.value. Because we're depending on the entire state here for that change, right? It still says exclude from three times. From tree, not exclude from three times. That would be backwards. Exclude from tree 3 times. Wow, what a thing. Then that is probably as a result of us trying to access the value. The value doesn't exist, or the value exists and we subscribe to the value. Either way, let's figure out where this thing is coming from. I'm not overly concerned that this thing happens 3 times. My concern is more that we need to know whether it's correct or not. So somewhere in the update is probably a better place to deal with this. So let's add a to do here. Remove this if the control flow can dependably show hide branches as from the update, the node update call, right? If we can do that, then this thing is superfluous and we don't even need this anymore. So let's go back to nodes, find the update function. There's the mod update. And let's go, this update function doesn't need its own module. Well, all right, never mind. Here, okay. If the element has changed, then we need to find the truthiness of this thing, right? So let's do this and then say if the condition, can we do that? Is that a thing? Yeah. So if the condition truthiness else, so here show and here exclude, right? So we need to get the first value, the first child in the if statement, and decide whether we show it or not as a result of this, right? It should all, the thing that is mildly confusing is that the update has to happen after the what's it called, generation of the value. So we might generate a new branch and show something else, and when we do that, the update has to happen, right? But wait, there is more. I can see a problem here already. What happens if we were to write something like this? As far as we are concerned, this break should only exist once, according to this. But as far as this template is concerned, it can exist twice. So there are two options here. One, we go back to truncating the tree when the if statement changes. And when we do, we return a component to its original value, to its original state. Or alternatively, we do allow for the existence of multiple components of the same component multiple times. So what I'm saying is that we make this a possibility. Now, this is a bug, but we can make this run. This would all reuse the same component. Okay. That could be a feature and a bug at the same time, unfortunately. Let's make some tea in about 10 minutes. That could be a feature and a bug at the same time. It would be confusing to... I don't see how that's useful. I just explained how. Because it would allow us to not have to truncate the tree. But... because we would allow the same thing to exist. But there is a problem with this. And that is if you did something like this, right? Let's say that we add an attribute saying the value is 1 here. But for these guys, we say that it's different value. So now the question is, what attribute value will break C? Most likely it would have been the last one because it would overwrite everything. But if we would show the same component multiple times, right? Go type safe. Sadly, that can't help here. We don't have a type system to speak of in here. As a matter of fact, collections and maps in an AML is purposely not homogeneous, so you can make complex types. They're maybe closer to what you call a dictionary in Python or a table in Lua, if you will, right? But I do think that we maybe we shouldn't do this, and then we just return the component. Well, it might be unexpected behavior, Pepper. Let's say that you do this. Thank you so much, Privan. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Thank you very much. If we did this, then this would reuse the same component. So even though it would output a list of something, if we open up the component, thank you so much, Privan. And if we say break and then attribute dot value, it would list this. But anything that we do, if we use state here, right? If state is true, then do this, else text lol, right? If we did this and you changed, and let's say that this would output 3 break components, right? If you set focus to any of them and changes the state on it, you would change the state on all of them, which is probably not what you expect. It would be kind of a weird bug because this would output something like text lol, maybe. So maybe it does this 3 times, okay? And then we change that on what you think is one component, but all of them start saying break now, okay? So reusing components is done through the prototype system, which is why you pass in a closure, because you have to spin up a new component every time that happens. But I think that with returning a component home when we truncate the tree, if we do that, then we would effectively be able to reuse the component, even though it's specified multiple times, right? Yes, exactly. And because you'd expect them to have their own state, that's why we are saying that this is a bug in the code if you have this, right? So this one, why are you breaking? Did I? Oh, right. I stopped setting it, right? So, How you doing today, Privis? And break. No break for you. Why is this breaking, right? A bulky endpoint. That sounds exciting, but I don't know. Why isn't this breaking? Well, I guess what we had is state modulo 2 is equal to 0. So we can now switch between them. Why isn't this breaking? Oh, because I don't do anything. That's why. If nothing is happening here, right? Okay, let's go back to what I said before. This. I think this is the right thing to do. Instead of not. So we don't allow component reuse. How are you doing, Scott? Good morning to you. And now this should crash. Thank you. And what we do here is when we truncate, we are returning something. And here is where we need to get the components out. And I think this should see, it's passing in removed values here. So in our runtime, I think we are not far away from being able to fix this easily. So here, when we drain removed, we have probably components in here somewhere. Yes. And this will give us a component. If let some component equal to try remove, which is not returning anything, which is kind of gross. We need to look at the code for returning components. Reset, maybe reload templates, maybe. No. Here we are. Okay, so before we hit upon reload, something will have happened. Okay. So we just have to go to where you are. No, not that kind of reload. Return nothing. Reset. Oh, Dios mío. ¿Dónde? Frame mod. There we go. Force rebuild. Here we go, right? Return state and components. This is what we have to do, right? We have components here. We're going to get the state. This is what we have to do when we return a component, right? So let's find this code here and let's make this work, right? If a component is removed, return it to the component registry for reuse. This happens when an if statement this can happen in an if statement. That's a better way of describing that, right? Okay, so given that an if statement can toggle between multiple states and go back, or it can either be true or false. There's not multiple states. There's two states. There's true or false. But it can go into false and then it can go back to true again. And if we want to, we should be able to reuse that component then, right? So this should happen. Yes, straight out of Microsoft, right? So what do we need for this? We need a component with a state ID, and we need the actual component. Let's find out where this is being done. Let's go back to the cleanup function. Okay. No, not the cleanup function, the return. So how do we get a component here? Okay, If the widget kind that we remove is a component, then we're going to get all of this and the state done. Okay, so then we know what it is that we're actively searching for here. Okay, we need to make this happen. Could you do for I in range if loop is state? I don't understand the question. We don't have ranges yet. For I in range, if loop is state index my comp value loop. You could do that. You absolutely can do that, Skylar. Assuming that we actually have range. Do you want to try to implement range, by the way, Skylar? I can tell you where to look. Because the ranges shouldn't be too confusing. Let me show you something before you say no, okay? And you are more than welcome to say no, but we have this collection object here that takes a value, and this collection could be a range. We can have a value kind that is a range. So when you advance the collection, you simply just do that. But I think yeah, maybe not worry about it. Okay, we're going to do a sponsored segment. But before we do that, I'm going to drink some tea, or I'm going to make some tea. So if you'll excuse me for 1 minute, I'm going to go put the kettle on, and then I'll be right back down for waiting. Hello, Doddy, and bye, Doddy. Right. Thank you. I was muted, wasn't I? Right. Smack. All right. Sorry, Kelly. We haven't gotten that far in youth speak yet, so I don't understand what that means. Show my head. My head. All right. Is this like the whole like head, shoulders, knees, and toes thing? Right? Are we doing a thing? I love the internet. I love that we all can coexist here, goblins alike. Um, so I'm gonna do a sponsored segment now. I'm gonna talk about something. I'm gonna hide you guys because I don't trust you to not say something profoundly stupid while I'm doing this. Of course I do. I'm kidding. But yes, easily amused, right? That is clearly a thing, right? I am going to pin a link here, but I'm not going to do it until I start talking about this, because then you guys will go and look at it, and I need you to be influenced by my opinions before you're allowed to make your own. That's how sponsored segments works, right? All right, Skylar, you've been promoted. Well, that's all right to say. That's pretty mild. I think we've heard worse today already. Okay, let me go and get the tea in about 20 seconds. Then I'm going to talk about this thing. And then I'm going to try to remember where I was in my journey. You are here. Fix this here. Return component. Make thing go. Make thing work. Okay, then. There we are, right? Oh, man. Skylar, you can sack people, you know, just ban. All right, I'll be right back. All right. Okay. Well then, I think we are good to go. So let me bring up a web page here. Okay, we're gonna write some JavaScript today as well, just for you guys. Let's go to this website here. I have to turn on light mode because it looks bad otherwise. Okay, are you ready for this? Are you ready for the first sponsored segment on this stream? And it is AI and it's programming and it is UWare. Okay. And then I will do that so you guys can be goblins in the chat, but I don't have to see it. All right. Okay. So let's talk a little bit about what UWare is. It's a tool for you to create things online. You can make websites, you can make games, you can make whatever it is that you want to make, right? It's actually free to use as well. So you can go on there and you can try it out. I'm going to put an affiliate link pinned in chat. Skylar, do not remove this link. I have to have it there. So there we go. And we're going to try this out. We're going to build some things with this. I've been talking to one of the guys there, and they seem pretty nice. I haven't seen anything bad about this. I do vet everything that I'm going to talk about, right? So I did look for some controversy around this, and there wasn't any, so I'm quite happy about this thing. And let's see what we're going to talk about this. So anyway, so you can do a bunch of things. So we're gonna build something, but let me tell you a few details about this thing as well. Some key features, right? Again, you can make things just by typing out whatever you want. You can ask it to build things. Apparently, you can drag and drop your creations, but I haven't looked at that. I've just played around with this a little bit. So I want to play around with this on stream, and we're going to try to make some. We're going to make a game with this thing. And then I thought, why don't we try to make an Anathema themed website, right, with this thing? And then we will not paste the code. Instead, we're going to go download and look at the code that is generated by this thing as well to see if it is a legible chunk of code or if it's just a garbled mess. We'll see, right? There are built-in MCP tools for this thing like Figma, YouTube, and Notions, neither of which I have, so there's not much I can do about that. We're gonna try a few different things here, but you can try this along. You can follow along at home, right? You can try this yourself. Again, it's free to use, and it seems pretty interesting. We can show off some websites made with this thing. Here is one, which I looked at just before the stream, which is sort of a Pokemon memory puzzle. No, it isn't. I totally opened the wrong one, but we'll look at this thing instead. What does this do? No, you know what? We're not going to look at that one. I thought it was a thing. It wasn't. Oh, here we go. Here we go. This is the one. This is the one, right? All right. So this is a Pokemon memory game. I don't have desktop audio on, so let me turn on desktop audio, which will not be featured in the VOD. So let's do this here instead. There we go. We should have desktop audio, and let's see what happens with these things. I'm really good at this. Was there no audio? I thought it was supposed to be. I'm pretty sure I heard audio, but oh, wait, you know what? I have my headphones turned off. I have my headphones turned off. There we go. Right. All right. Now, if you know the name of these Pokemons, then you are better than I am. I am really good at this game. There you go. All right, let's see how. Was that too loud? This is the garlic Pokemon. That is that's the squirrel Pokemon. That is the yellow rat Pokemon. All right. Anyway, look, I got the garlic Pokemon there. That's pretty good. So yeah, okay. Anyway, as you can see, I'm really good at this thing. All right, we know this is the teenage turtle Pokemon. This is the Komodo Pokemon. Anyway, so and I'm gonna run out of time because I'm really good at this thing. Game over. I was terrible. All right, so you can say that's an example of what you can do with this thing. You can do your like average vibe coding and all these things if you're interested. But let's build something with this thing, right? I'm rage baiting and it's working. Yeah. Okay, so what do we want to build? I think we start off by building some kind of game, right? And I don't know. So the only limitation I know of here is we have to run it in the browser, and we are not going to have access to any like global storage, like a database or anything like that. We're not going to have an S3 bucket or anything like that, because it's all going to run in the browser. You'll have local storage maybe, but that's it, right? So knowing that, we're not going to make any kind of multiplayer game out of that. Instead, let's try to come up with a prompt. And at this point, you guys are more than welcome to make suggestions to this thing, right? So let's think about a basic game that we can make. And I say basic because I don't think it's a quick process to try to build something more complicated, right? So let's start creating a prompt here. Let's make a town management game, okay? And what should we do? How should this game work, right? A single player MMO, okay. There should be some RPG aspects where you get EXP from buildings over time. Or should we no, okay, let's do this. Town management game, but you are a bunny running the town, so it has to be bunny centric, right? Do a game that has logic and make embed Rust. Okay, maybe not that. So okay, we're gonna have a town management game. Let's make this thing sort of tile based 2D pixel graphics. What else do we have? Anathema Crossing. I never really played a lot of Animal Crossing, so I don't know anything about that. I did try the one on Nintendo Switch because my kid had that, but I didn't quite get into it. It was more she was playing it, and I was just wondering why she landed on an island seemingly against her will, and the cartel on the island, which is run by a raccoon, has made its own cryptocurrency, and the children are forced to pay off their indentured workers, right? Okay, tile-based 2D pixel graphics, and let's say, whoops, all right, okay, we sent this already, so we're already building this thing, right? And we can sort of we can jam with this thing. We can sort of riff with what is being built and what is happening, right? That is exactly it. Yeah. So let's have this thing do. So once we see something, you guys are welcome to come up with ideas for what we can do here, right? So we see what we can do in terms of like generating this game. I think this could be a really good idea to test out game concepts. And I don't know how the artwork is generated, if it is generated. So that'll be interesting to know. I wonder, can you tell? Use the Kenny assets, right? Can we do that, right? While Farmer Brown tries to catch him, you are forever indeed dead and work your life away to pay. Well, yes, exactly. That's Animal Crossing, right? Way before crypto were invented. I'm sure they did. Okay, so yeah, let's sort of riff on this thing for a little bit, and for the second part, I think we'll try to generate a website for Anathema, because that's I used to be a web developer back in the day, right? I was very early on to the scene of web dev, and I got burnt out from doing it, trying to keep up with everything. When we sort of reached that point where the backend and front end had a true, like, there was a true separation between the backend and the front end. I tried to stay up to date with both worlds, and I couldn't, and I sort of burnt out on that, and I stopped finding it fun. So having something like this that can generate a website for me so I don't have to is not a bad idea, especially since it's free, right? Okay, so we can see what's actually happening here. I'll create a tile-based town management game where you play as a bunny mayor. I'll start with the basic game structure using HTML5 canvas, implement tile-based graphics, and add core town management mechanics like building placements and resource management. And we can see what's going on here. It's editing the code. It is mildly, possibly faster than I am. We'll see, right? Is this a free tool I can give all my money to? Right. Good morning, Danaka. Oh yes, but we're doing a sponsored segment, Danaka. If you weren't aware. But just think, well, that's a nice day for fishing. Have you been watching? What are they called? That NPC that walks around and says, "Nice day for fishing, ain't it?" Do you know? Do you get the reference? Is that what you've been watching? Is that what it is? 25 years doing web is enough for me. I'm still keeping up, but it's not fun anymore. Yeah, it's really difficult, Pepper. They have their own game now. That's crazy, Tanaka. I watched them and two other. It's like Chris and what are they called? That kind of makes similar kind of content. Do they collect health information? I doubt that, Skylar. There was no. As a matter of fact, signing up for this thing didn't ask any information of me whatsoever. I provided an email, and that was it. You give an email, you verify your email, and that's it, right? Like you cannot fail to sign up for this thing. I have not given them my full name or address or anything like that, right? Welcome back, Prima. Right? What am I doing? So I'm currently doing a sponsor segment for Uware, which is a platform for building things using AI, right? So this thing can do web dev, it can do game dev, it can do a bunch of things. So right now, I've asked it to make a, is my prompt? Yeah, a town. I accidentally hit enter before I was done, but a town management game where you are a bunny running the town, tiles based. All right, should be tile based 2D pixel graphics, right? So we want pixel art, but I kind of goofed up the prompt a little, so hopefully we get something we can work on, right? Or work with. So this will be interesting, right? Did we talk about you, Privan? I don't know. I thank you so much for the tier 2, Privan. That's what I've said, but that was a while ago. How are you supposed to use it if they don't want to take all your personal info? Well, I mean, you have a link in the, you have a link, a pinned link. Feel free to give it a try. Again, it's free, and it seems like I can't speak too much about it. I'm not gonna speculate too much about it because I'm doing this for them, right? If I was doing this if this wasn't a sponsored segment, then I could speculate my heart out, but not really. Instead, we're just gonna go with what I know from the brief I got from them and talk about that, right? But more importantly, we're gonna play around with it and see what it can do, right? Okay, so because apparently you can download the files afterwards, right? Okay, we should. Okay, maybe we're almost there, right? Okay, so how to play? All right. I guess we are in some kind of a snowstorm. I don't know what's happening, but it's happening. Okay, let's have a look. Play as a bunny mare managing your town. Tile-based 2D pixel graphics with 32 pixel tiles. Nice. Build houses, farms, shops, and parks. Manage resources, carrots, population, and happiness. Aw. Move your bunny around with the arrow keys. Okay. All right, that works. Click buildings to select. I think, let's see if we do this, right? Click buildings to select, click tiles to build, manage resources, keep bunnies happy. Okay. Let's, can we click here? We'll build a house here. Okay. And all right, so we can see our carrots are ticking up. We're on day 6. Did that happen because I built the house? Okay, so our house, no. Okay, so carrots are 128. Farm will add. So is this going to cost? Can we just build? Yeah, we can build. We're trapping the bunny in the houses now. Okay, we're on day 8. Mayor Bunny's town. So our name is Bunny, and we are a bunny. Okay, there you go. It's a bit on the nose there, right? Okay, we got 84 carrots, and now we got 90. Okay, so is farming gonna generate more carrots as well? Let's just make a lot of farms here. I'm not entirely sure what the what clear does. Oh, clear probably allows us to remove. It does. Okay. So we have 50 carrots now after building all that. Happiness is 20%. How do we get more happiness? And what does the shop do? We're going to add a bunch of shops here. Okay, shops increase happiness. We have 10 out of 10 houses. We have 71 carrots. And again, it seems to be like a snowstorm thing. We're going to get rid of that. Is that, can we scroll the map down? No. All right, that's the end of the map, right? Farming's gonna make bunnies mad. This is pretty damn good though for being for just prompting it to do something. All right, this is kind of interesting. All right, so we're definitely getting more carrots, and I don't know how can we make things unhappy. So is this, we're gonna be 100% happy? Okay, we reached 100% happiness, and so the game is too easy. Okay. I don't think we lose carrots in any way or form. We need to come up with some some kind of maybe a loose condition or something. Let's see. How should we? Okay, so how should we continue to riff on this thing? Okay, there we go. Gophers should eat the farms and the parks randomly. There should be okay. So I don't know what the thing here is right. Okay. So pressing, I gotta stop pressing enter so quickly, right? Oh, it needs more challenge. Absolutely. Every day, Mr. Evil Bunny visits the amount ever increasing ransom to let the town live. Okay, well, maybe not that, but let's see if we can get the gophers in there, right? If we, oh, okay, you know what? Let's do that. Let's go a little bit nuts, okay? Let's go with Skylar's idea, but we're gonna build a little bit on top of that. Something annoying like taxes, yeah. Okay, but you can see how this works. This is fun to play with so far, right? With the number of cars, 12 to the power of 3 times the number of day. Oh, maybe. But let's get Evil Bunny in there. But instead of having Evil Bunny demanding taxes, let's have Evil Bunny challenge us to a card game. that is not Malacho, okay? Okay, so it's updating the files now. Sounds very specific, right? I don't know how specific you can go. I want to get it to not have this sort of weather happening. And I'm guessing we're going to have to reload this once it's done, which we can do here. That's a very specific number, Skylar. That's a very, very specific number. Okay, well, let's see. So the gophers spawn from map edges, hunt for farms and parks intelligently, and adds dynamic threat element to your peaceful town management. Would you like me to add any other features like gopher traps, different types of animals, or ways the bunnies scare them away? I want you to add an evil cat then, right? Or a dog, that turns up every other day, and you have to beat the dog in a simple card game. Otherwise, the dog will take 50% of your carrots. If carrots reaches 0, it's game over. Okay, so now we're adding another element. I haven't seen the gophers yet. We might have to reload this to get the gophers. Okay, while it's building that game, let's build a whole bunch of parks, right? We should make it keep the things that, oh, look at that, it even grays things out when you can't afford them anymore. Okay. Eat farms and parks. Okay. We should be able to hide the how to play thing as well, right? Where's the, okay, we're waiting. Where are the gophers? I'm seeing little to no go. Oh, there's a gopher. There's a gopher. What is going on with that gopher? Look at his face. He's a bit terrifying. Okay, and we can afford to, let's go up and let's build a farm here. Okay, so he took the farm and disappeared. All right. That's that works. That works, man. Let's also say, while this thing is I'll add an evil dog boss that appears every other day. The dog will challenge you to a simple card game. If you lose, it's these 50% of carrots. If your carrots reach 0, it's game over. This will add exciting high stakes encounters. All right, welcome back, Kenny. I mean, this is honestly quite fun to play with. Okay, I will definitely see this as a really useful tool to prototype things as well, right? I don't know. There seemed to be a graphical artifact, almost like snow on the map. Can you remove that? Also, make it possible to hide the how to play box. Also, when selecting a resource to build. Keep it selected so you can build many resources without of the same type without having to reselect it. Okay. Right. I wonder if okay, let's see where this goes. Bam. There we are. Okay. It seemed to have turned a bit blue. Let's try. Prompt needs more threads. We'll see. We'll see. I wonder. I'll fix those 3 issues. Remove the snow-like graphic artifact from the grass tiles. Add a toggle button. I feel heard. To hide show instructions and keep building selection active so you can build multiple same type. That's pretty good, right? It got obliterated by the boss dog. Yeah, I can't wait to see that. Look at the puppy though, right? I mean, this is supposed to be the boss dog. Can we? We can search DuckDuckGo for the boss dog. All right. Hopefully that will fix the issue. Unless, no, nothing works. Nothing works yet. I don't think we need to resort to that level of prompting into kits. They seem to be pretty good. Add music. Okay. Well, what kind of music should we add? Enhanced gameplay. I feel like we have lost persistent building selection. Yeah. Okay, this is not allowing us to toggle this thing. Let's go back. There seems to be some bugs, right? Some bugs. Can't play anymore. The how to play is still not toggleable. Yeah, that's a word now. Okay, let's see if this will fix it, right? Death metal. Yeah, we should add some music once this thing is good, right? Once we can play again. And then we can probably start to affect the style a little bit as well. Thank you for the follow, by the way. Of how this works. Oh man, I was supposed to do this sponsor segment for like a short period of time. I'm not gonna. We're gonna do this longer because there's a lot more to explore here. We haven't even gotten to building a website. Okay, we're building the bunny game first, and I'm sure they don't mind that the segment runs on a bit longer, right? I mean, it would be on theme, Pepper, because it would be roots, right? So that would work. Some particle effects. Maybe let's see if we can go back. Geo, let's see if we can go back in our history a little bit, maybe. Of this. I don't think this history is the same, right? Yeah, it is. Okay. So let's go back in modification history then. No, we're back. We're back. Okay. Okay, that works. I mean, I don't care that it's still there. Whoa! Evil dog challenge! Okay, the evil dog wants to play cards. High card wins. There you go. Okay, draw card. 9. Dog's card. Jacks! Oh, man. Okay, dog steals 54 carrots. Damn. How many carrots did I have before that? Oh yeah, 104. And here's the goal. We got some challenge now. Let's build some farms here, okay? Oh, that works too? That works as well. That's pretty good. Can we clear the forest? No. Okay, Gopher. Oh, and the dog turns up. Okay, I want to hear some suggestions how we can make high-low a little bit more challenging, right? Okay, King. There's no way I'm gonna lose. Okay. Yeah, there you go. Evil dog, suck it. We get to keep our carrots. Gopher took one. Let's add another farm. Let's add some parks here because we need to have more parks. This is some good evil dog content. What's the dog do? The dog steals half of our carrots, okay? Right? So I got 57 carrots. Oh, what happens now? Tie, both got 10. Okay. All right. So I could have lost a lot more there. Let's spend the carrots before the dog turns up again, okay? Whoops, I built a park. Let's clear them. Do I get the carrots back when I clear the park? No. I don't think we should get the carrots back when we clear the park. Okay, let's build some houses. Woo, the evil dog again. Evil dog. Jack, 2, nice. We need to have something. I don't know what the shop's gonna add to this, but we need to have more things. Steam release when. I mean, look, I'm having fun with this. I'm genuinely having fun with this, right? Maybe we won't release this on Steam, but this is definitely something we can prototype with. If you draw, you should have to fight the evil dog in a boxing match. I don't think we're going to go down that route. Add your population's happiness decreases with low population. It would be funny if he challenged you to a full-on trick-taking game. But let's make this a little bit more complicated, right? Can we elaborate on this thing, the game, where we need to do a series of events. It's not just random chance, right? We want to have not just random chance here, right? Oh my god. Okay. So we got 102. Now we got 51 carrots. Okay, we need a more how do you stop the golfer before he eats your carrots? Okay, let's figure out the when the golfer eats the carrot generating stuff. We need, so the dog reduces carrots, the golfer eats the carrots, the dog's back. It even seemed to pause the game under the hood while this is happening. This is not bad. All right, okay, but we need to elaborate on this card game a little bit. Let's make it so you can buy cards with carrots, right? So you can buy cards with carrots to improve the outcome, and you get to play. You get to draw 3 cards, and something. We need some kind of modifier. We're not going to invent Balatro, but we need something going on here, right? Make the cards a resource. Yes, exactly. So we make it so you have to make it possible to buy cards for carrots. The card game should have more skill attached to it as a result of make it possible to buy modifier cards for carrots that you can use against the dog. The card game should have more skill attached to it. How do we do that, right? We need an in-app store. Yeah, okay. I mean, like, let's do this thing, right? Let's do so add a button to open a card store where you buy cards for carrots. Okay. And how do we make the card game more challenging then, right? Instead of just going high-low, we can do all right. Make the game against the dog more like poker. Okay. I feel like we're skirting the Balatroidvania here a little bit too much, maybe. If you win against the dog, you get no. You know what? You don't get rewarded for winning against the dog. Okay, you can either you get rewarded for building and maintaining your town, right? We should have added something about how the cards should cost, so the cost of the cards go up, right? Balatro, not much like poker. No, it's more the scoring system, right? So you get points for a pair is better than three of a kind of thing, right? Okay. Oh, look at that. Okay. This is getting involved now. How did they think I was gonna go through anything in such a short time they've given me for this sponsor segment, right? If you guys watch this, you need to demand more time from the content creators, right? There's no way you're gonna get through all the things you can do and want to do with this thing in such a short time, right? Not only do we do a sponsor segment, they're getting feedback on their sponsored segments through here as well. So yeah, it's but exactly. We want to do like a scoring theme for this. Let's see if this works though. I'm kind of excited to see this. What does this thing do? Do we get a okay, clear the chat. Okay, maybe not. Yeah, but no, that is already like predetermined, Skylar, right? I'm not gonna talk about those details, but it's like do this and this is your pay kind of thing. Where they could have said the same amount of money for a longer sponsored. Like I think you need at least like an hour or so to mess around with this to really see this, right? To go around and mess around with this stuff, right? If you guys do use this thing today, just you can publish. I think you can publish without having pro. I don't know if you can. You probably can. If you publish something, link it in the chat so I can look at it as well, right? Go and publish things, make some cool things and publish it, right? But okay, we're gonna see where we end up with this because this is pretty good. This is pretty. I think prototyping game ideas is an interesting concept here, right? Use the game Go Fish instead of High Low. That could have been. But it would have been fun to use Go Fish. But how could we like reduce that to something that is like a one turn? Because Go Fish, you have to make. We could have done like Go Fish and then you have to have like a full like a full deck and a full hand. It'll take too long to play a game of Go Fish. I think we want it to be a little bit more instant, right? So let's see what comes out of this thing, right? Yes, after this stream, Skyler, you can do that, right? But it has to be on theme with the stream, right? Okay, let's see what we get. It's kind of a bit surreal that imagine that you were a manager talking to a developer, right? I'm watching this thing and it shows like how it's taking seconds to do things. Imagine if you were yeah, okay, we're gonna get to that shortly. All right, so let's see, what do we got here? We're gonna end up in a dog card store. evil dog poker. Time for poker. Best 3-card hand wins. Your hand, dog's hand. Use modifier card. No modifier cards available. Deal cards. Right, we're gonna add sound as well, right? We got 6 aces and 7. That is pretty much nothing. Should we go for aces here then? Let's redraw selected. Select cards to redraw or play your hand. All right. Okay, a pair of 8s. I think we're good. High card. Yeah, you suck, dog. Here we go. Let's go to the card store. See the dog's cards before the final bet. One of your cards become any value. Oh man, that's wild. That's 40 carat. Get 20 carats even if you lose. Oh shit. Oh shit. Okay. We go for aces again. Okay, yeah, we beat the dog again. All right. Let's get a wild card. Let's there's no purchase button. Okay, close store. All right, hang on. Let's do this thing, right? Um, Poor dog. It's an evil dog. Okay, so let's try not to build anything here and see how we can. Let's use the wild card here. Wild card. Click a card to make it any value. Okay, deal cards. That. I think click a card to make it any value doesn't work. Because we should have had 3 of a kind here. Yeah, that one we need to fix this. Okay, hang on. Use the modifier card. Okay, make the modifier cards available during the card game. Make it 5 cards instead of 3. And okay, and then next up, add some sound. Add a calm background. Add calm background music. Add sound effects to the cards when they are played. Add a click sound when buildings are placed. Now, I don't know if how this is gonna work, right? We'll see. We'll see how this pans out, right? So we'll get 5 cards instead of, because otherwise we can never play a flush or a full house, right? I think this is pretty good so far. All right. Let's continue the game then, right? But there's right now there isn't really any risk for us, right? So let's go and buy. We can buy everything here, right? So we can peak. We buy 3-4 peaks, and the cards are disposable. That's good. We also want to be able to see. Okay. Let's see. Okay, let's just peek the dogs. Okay, the dog has high card, deal card. Well, then we'll redraw these. Both have high card. Okay, all right, that's fine. Hello, Ishman. No, Ishman's not here. Yes, you are. How you doing? Okay, let's see. I just read this and I'm like, no, that's the quote. How you been, Ayushman? I haven't seen you in a hot minute. Okay. Let's go back down. Okay. All right. We're gonna. Okay. We're about to reload this thing. Right. Let's reload. No, this is a town management game, Ayushman. It's the first one, Skylar. This is my first sponsored stream. All right. Okay. So I think we can now. Wait, we don't have any music though. No, it's not done yet. We're gonna make sure that we allow this as well, right? I don't know what we need to add to this thing, right? All right. Evil dog. I kind of feel bad calling it the evil dog, and then it's a puppy. But yeah, we'll see what we can do. Rebuild it for the terminal. You say that as a joke, but I think this is a really good way to explore concepts, right? What you like? What would add like a fun factor? And obviously, this card game is increasing the fun factor of this, right? I think it's a really good way of trying things out. Okay, let's see. We're almost there. We're almost there. Would you like me to add more sound effects, a volume slider, or replace the place of the audio with specific music file? No. All right, so we need to get music. I think we have to. Okay, that was scary. Let me mute the desktop audio for now. Yeah, this is really okay. Remove the audio. Okay. I had to remove the audio because it's like a crazy sine wave just going on. So I'll remove that. You can see it. No, you can't. But okay, while that is happening, right? Oh, I'm vibe coding. I'm vibe coding like a boss today, Ayushman, right? Okay, let's get rid of this thing. Okay, let's go to the card store. I want to buy 2 wild cards again. And oh shit, I spent all my carrots and we died. I died from buying cards. That's great. We should definitely leave that in there, right? I don't care about the farm as much as I care about the okay, so I want to use the wild card in here. Okay, so what do we have here? We got 2 9s, 3 9s. Okay, so we should be able to get 4 of a kind here. Okay, I think we have to specify how this works, right? And then redraw selected, because it says we have 3 of a kind. We're obviously gonna win. But we have to sort of figure out how the wildcard thing should work, right? Bunny Balato Town Builder. Non-copyright infringing card game. Okay, let's see what happens then, right? Because so is the sound gone? Yeah, okay, the sound is gone. I can return this thing, right? The sound was a bit wild. Okay, let's do this. Make the wildcard modifier work by selecting a card in your hand and then applying the modifier lets you choose from a random selection of 10 cards, right? So you don't get an instant 4 of a kind or whatever. You can get something worse. Let's get 6 cards in there, right? Is there anything else we should add to this thing, right? The golfers should what should the golfers do? We need something that reduces the carrots other than the dog. So there is an incentive to manage your town, okay? I think that's pretty good. There's no way that this segment was gonna last as short as it should have or would have. All right, there's like we got a card game to build here, okay? We got a card game to build. The golfer should eat roots, bulbs, and other fleshy portions of plants. Yes. What's a goal? That's what golfers do. Yes, but we don't want like full realism. We got the realistic graphics, but should we dare to ask it to change the art style? I think we could go back in history if it doesn't work. We should be able to go back in history and make sure that it doesn't, like, if it ruins it, then we'll get there, right? Okay, so while it's doing this, we're almost done now, I think. We're almost done. Then we will fire off the job to do that while we tinker with this, right? So UI-wise, I think this is pretty good because we can mess around with it and we can play with the product while this is happening as well, right? Let's see if there's anything else to mention in the meantime while we're doing this. No, I think I've pretty much covered everything that was in the brief as well. You can, Skylar. You can. There was a download option here somewhere, right? We're gonna look at the code. We're going to make a website, and then we're gonna look at the code, right? Totes vibe coding today. It's a surprise to see you vibe coding. It is a surprise. It's a sponsored segment, but again, I think this looks pretty fun. I'm having a good time with it. So even if you don't if you look at this thing and you'd be like, oh my god, my job's gone, then you got the wrong perspective, okay? This is something that you'll have fun with. I think prototyping and exploring with this thing is really good. Okay, we're gonna do something that can possibly destroy this game, right? We're going to change the art style to pixel art, make the dog more scary and scary and evil looking. But not too scary. Oh, you know what I should have done? I should have asked my kid to join me on stream today, and she could have been throwing ideas out there. That would have been great. Okay. Okay, so we do just one instruction here. And while this is running, we're gonna restart the game. And while that's going on, let's do this. Okay, let's go to the card store. Let's buy a couple of wild cards. Let's not buy the insurance and game over again. There we go. Now we can buy the insurance. Okay, so let's deal cards. We got high card. So we want to change our 7. Wild card active. Click on a card in your hand to replace it. Okay. I forgot what card I had. Queen. No, okay. So we got king, queen, 8, 10, ace. Oh no, I can't use another one. Okay, I just wasted that. Let's use the insurance and play that. You lose, but insurance pays 20 carats. I think that actually pays more carats. They paid more carats than we had, right? I think we made a profit on that. No, because we had to buy the insurance. Raccoons raided your carrot store. Minus 19 carats. Damn. Okay. Oh my god. Right. Let's deal cards. We want 2 aces. So we got 9, 3, ace, 4. 9, 3, ace, 4. An ace. And so that's a pair. Play the hand. You lose. Pair beats pair. Okay, we need to be allowed to see the dog's cards, okay? We need to be allowed to see the dog's cards. This is brutal. This is okay. So while this is happening, okay, we're gonna fix this a little bit, right? Yeah, we need custom UI. We're gonna say that we're gonna ask for a custom UI for the raccoon activity, right? Oh my god. Infrastructure repair. Okay, let's make the popovers not so bad, right? Okay, we'll play another card game. We're gonna buy a wild card because that's amazing. And let's close the store. Let's get ourselves some houses and all right, let's deal hands. We got a pair of 8. So let's make the 3 into an 8. An 8, a 7, or a king. Okay, so we got 2 pairs now. I forgot that I can redraw the cards as well. All right. Then we got 1 carrot. If there's an event now, we're dead. Now the game has the possibility. There's a level of shit. The evil dog has taken all your carrots. Your bunny town has fallen. Oh, okay. Oh. Okay, let's see where we are with this thing. All right, we're gonna be there. We're gonna be there soon. Okay, what do we have? 6, 7, 4, 2, queen. Let's just redraw all of this. We got 2 queens. We got a pair. We're gonna win. What? Okay, we need to be allowed to see the dog's cards. Okay. We need to be allowed to see the dog's cards here. That's definitely a thing. Oh shit. Okay, the snowstorm is back. The bunny has... What is that? Why does it have like a postman hat? Holy shit. That is... That is... Okay, all right. That is way more terrifying. Right. Okay, so... we need to see the dog's hand when it's played. Right now, if we both play a pair, I am told... Right, we just do that. That's enough, right? Played so we can see what the dog has. The snow artifact on the tiles are back. Please remove. Okay, thanks. What else do we need in this? Oh yeah, the pop-up for events like raccoons, etc. should not be a browser pop-up, but rather a modal pop-up with a dismiss button. Okay, there we go. Let's see. So, okay, so we're fixing this thing now. While that's taken away, the dog should be more dog-like. We'll get. Okay, let's restart this thing. Now the game has a little bit more of a challenge to it. Okay, I love the trees bit. Let's add a bunch of farms. All right, and we have 20 carrots left. We will lose now if we don't win the poker challenge. We got a pair of threes, so let's go for three of a kind. Shit. Okay, we won. So the dog must have a pair of twos. No, of twos. The dog must have a worse pair than I do. All right. Now we just have to wait. We have to wait till we get some more carrots. Okay, 73. We're just raking in carrots now. We got our carrot econ sorted. I don't know if we need anything else, right? Storm damage to some buildings, minus 25 carrots. And the dog's at us again, right? Cards that use modifier, select cards, redraw player hand. I know I read that. Okay, we got another pair here. We're going for pair over anything else. That is still a pair. Let's play the hand. Oh, and we won again. Okay, let's crank out some more of farms, right? Happiness is at 0. We should probably make that an issue as well. All right. Whoops. What happened? Buildings needs daily maintenance. Card store. Whoops. Okay. High card. We'll save the king then and redraw. We got a pair. We're good. We're good. I knew we were going to be good. But where did my farms go? My farms accidentally disappeared. All right. We'll build the farms up again. Maybe the farms are disposable. Maybe they only generate so much carrots. Should we read the how to play next time? Oh, it reloaded. Oh, maybe. Let's see if that's true. Yes, I think you're right. Okay, let's restart then. Let's restart. Give me my farms, please. All right. So there's a time constraint because you're running this and it's going by ticks, right? And like, okay, deal cards. We got a high card. We got queens. Let's just redraw selected. We still got a pair. Yes. Look at that. We get to see that one. Now we're going to go to the card store, buy 2 wild cards. No, we couldn't afford to buy 2 wild cards. Come on. It would be nice to see like a timer. Can we pause this? All right, we can't. All right, I got the next modification. We're going to have a timer that shows us how much time until the next event, right? Bunny medical emergency. A bunny needs expensive medical care. Minus 32 carats. Understood. Okay. Let's deal the cards. We got a wild card now. We got a pair of 7s. Let's redraw. And we got 2. Okay, let's see if we can get a full house then. 2, 3, or no, 7 or 2, right? Shit, I goofed up. I thought that was for some reason. Okay. Anyway, high card. Yeah, we won. Goodbye, dog. Okay, the dog must be more evil looking. We need to have like a countdown, progress bar until the next event might happen, and you should be able to be safe. Okay. So let's do that. There should be a countdown in the shape of a progress bar until the next bad event. The event might not happen, and another modal pop up saying you are safe should show up, and then the countdown starts again. Okay, I think that's a good modification. This will make it this will make this better. Okay, all right, let's try this again. Now I'm really invested in this now. Okay, so we're gonna plonk down our farms. We need the econ here. Okay, we need that to get going for us. So once that clocks up, we can afford to buy more cards. We got a pair of kings. Let's redraw that. Still a pair. We're good. Okay, let's put out our farms. Okay, now we have to wait. And there's going to be an event soon, I think. But by adding that thing, we can kind of plan a little bit better for it. I feel like the golfers don't really add much to this thing, so we're going to get rid of the golfers, right? Okay, the bunny needs expensive medical care again. And then while the bunny is in the hospital, the evil dog turns up, okay? Let's deal cards. We have 3, 5, ace, 4. So we want to keep just the ace then, right? We have nothing. This might... okay, we lose. How? Ace, 9, 3. Oh, they have a king. I feel like we shouldn't lose that one. They took a lot of cards, though. What am I missing in the chat? I'm invested in this game now. I am invested. I think this is good. This could be good. Okay, I'm pleasantly surprised by this. Okay, so click building. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Next event risk. It restarted the game. This thing needs to move unless. Oh man, the dog got us. Okay, high card. Let's save kings for some reason. That's the Balachoidvania in my brain that wants that. Okay, we only got high card. We win. We're good. This thing can't be in the way, right? Oh, that was a golfer. I think. Oh shit, I goofed up. Okay, the countdown should be in the top middle of the screen, not covering our resources. Okay. All right, we'll have to go again. Restart. There we go. Let's do the farm thing. We did see a little golfer in the corner. I think the golfers are like non-issues now. Okay, we should be able to get one more farm before the dog turns up. Okay, there's the dog playing a pair of 10s. So let's redraw these. All right, still a pair. What? Wait, where did it? Oh, maybe it restarted. Okay, right, quickly. Farm, please. There we go. All right, we managed to. Okay. High card king. And let's redraw. Oh, 3 of a kind. Suck it, dog. All right, continue. Hang on. We need a pause button. Make the dog graphic more like a dog and less like a scary demon. Okay. All right. And event. Storm damage. Okay, next event risk. Oh, and the dog turn up. 2 pairs. We should probably get graphics for the cards as well. All right. Make the cards have suits and graphics. Bunny themed, of course. All right, we'll wait for the thing to go by. Okay, 2 pairs, aces and 2s. Redraw the 6. Full house. Suck it, dog. You got nothing on me. Okay, let's build up more farms. There we go. You put God, not dog. Maybe that's why. Even when you retyped it. Whoops. Okay, so did it reload it now? The dog now appears as a divine all-powerful deity. No, it's supposed to be evil. All right, the deity dog. Oh my god! Ouch! My insides. Okay, we got a pair. Let's redraw 2 pair. Play the hand. Bam! Suck it, dog. All right, let's build up a farm. I feel like I'm really good at this game. And then I lost. All right, more farming. Okay, we have to wait. We can get 2 more, 3 more, then the dog deity turns up. All right, 2 pairs, 8s and 3s, redraw jack. All right, we should be. How did I manage to goof that up? Right, both have tie. Okay, cool. Let's get some more farms. No, we can't afford farms. All right. I want to see like a little slider here as well that shows how long until we get until it's payday. All right. Now we're risking this because the dog and the event's going to happen before we get paid, right? No. Okay, we're good. So we lose some here maybe. We got 2 aces. Let's redraw. 3 of a kind. We got 3 aces. All right. Dog's got nothing on us. Build another farm. Okay. We have to wait for the event. Raccoon raid, 16k. We're good. We can afford that. Oh, yeah. Look at that. We're clocking up the whole thing, right? We need the houses to... We need happiness to affect... happiness needs to affect carrot production, right? Okay, we got 2 jacks. Let's redraw 4 of a kind. Oh my god. Okay, let's update. We need let's add achievements. Yes, we can add achievements. I'm supposed to do other things than this. That technically the sponsored segment time is over. Let's say what do we need to do here? Show carrot production. Show carrot production per day. Show how much time until the day is over. And what else do we need? What else do we need for this, right? So we're going to show that. We're going to show how much time until the day is over. Happiness should affect the amount of carrots being produced as a fractional multiplier, and houses should affect how many carrots are made per day. I think that's it, right? Yeah, I haven't showed anything. And Ayushman wants us to add achievements, so we'll add achievements. Okay, we'll do that. Let's restart. Let's hop in. I think this will add another like fun aspect to this. So to be able to iterate this quickly with a game is kind of insane, right? Okay. Wow, we actually have graphics now and suits, but they are maybe we should have gone with actual card suits, but now it's a lot easier to see what we have here. Oh, that's nice. It kind of blips a little. 3 of a kind. High card. We clearly need to animate the dog's cards being played, right? Add achievements and animate the dog's hand being played, so we know if we are losing. Played. So there is a bit of suspense when playing a hand. All right. Okay. While this is happening, it's gonna reload soon. Then we add this thing, and we're gonna get achievements as well. Right? Okay. Then we're gonna do other things. Okay. Add legally distinct jokers and tarot cards. No, we're gonna do this now, and I have to go and build my farm quickly before we run out of anything. So okay, look at this. We got carrot production. None. We're not infed. We're not infed. All right. Deal cards. Cards dealt. We don't have any modifiers. We have a pair of 6s. Let's redraw. Oh, we have a flush. Suck it, dog. Okay. We should probably get something from the dog, right? We got nuns here. That's not good. So daily cost is 9 and production is 8. Okay, now this is a lot harder. And we're gonna game over now. Festival expense and game over. Okay, now it's a bit harder. So you got 0, 0. Let's build a farm. 7, 9. So why is the daily cost going down? I'm not unsure of that one, right? We got an ace, so let's just save the ace and the queen. Yeah, look at that. I can predict the future. I don't know about the nun thing here, and we seem to be. Is this supposed to be like how much time is left in the day? I think maybe. But how did we end up with like -9? Let's read this thing though, right? Okay, let's attack the problem head on. I don't know what I'm talking about. High card. Yeah, suck it dog. Yeah, maybe we should get, but we're losing. We're losing here, even if we're safe now. No, we lost. Okay, this game became hard. I don't know when we go into negative. Let's build a house. Okay, let's deal with the dog temporarily. We want a... Oh shit, I pressed the wrong button. We want to see... Oh shit, I built 2 houses. Is that what affects the daily cost? So we got 11. Are we gonna end up with... No, that says 20. Oh yeah, that is adding 1. Okay, what affects the daily cost then? Like, we're gonna take the golfers out. The golfers aren't doing anything for us now. High card, is this still running? Yes. Okay, so soon we should get hopefully the animation, right? If the game just restarts all of a sudden, that's why. Let's just keep the queen and the jack and then redraw. We got nothing. Yeah, we'll lose 10 cards and we're getting 1 and this event's gonna kill us. Okay, yeah, there we go, bye. No, wait, how did we survive that? Okay, right. Now, let's see what the card game is like now. Green Thumb, Ayushman, are you happy? We got an achievement. Okay, high card. Let's do kings and queens. An ace, play hand. Well, it kind of shows the card while it's playing it, okay? But I love that, okay? The card animation is good, but it should animate it from the... it should animate the card from the back of the card to the front of the card. Right now, it shows the card and just rotates it. I don't know, right? Okay, there are different suits though. So there are different suits. Make the suits no, you know what? I like this janky suits here, right? I like this. This is good. What else do we need to say? Okay, show how much time is left in the day. Right now, we just see none, right? Because it's not a number. So there's something that's wrong there. Okay, we'll restart. We'll run through this again. Okay, let's see. What does... Okay, houses is adding carrot production +8. What does farms do? Yeah, we're getting achievements. Ayushma, we're getting achievements for everything now. Should we change category? No, this is still programming, right? Deal cards. It might look like I'm playing a game, but this is still programming. Okay, cards dealt. 3 of a kind. Okay, so what do we have? 5s. Let's see if we can get 4 of a kind. No, play hand. Beat the divine dog. I don't know why it became the divine dog, but whatever, dog. Okay, so we're losing -2. I wish I understood how that works though, right? We're losing 2, so we're gonna go to 1 now. Yeah, we're gonna game over now. I have no idea how we can... Yeah, I don't know how we can win now. We're always gonna game over. No, wait, we go 7 and then... Well, it doesn't matter about the dog here because we lost already. We lost already, damn it. Oh, dear. Okay, would you like me to... No, we don't want your sound effects. Okay, let's see what the dog poker thing is like now. We're just gonna wait it out. It's gonna happen soon. All right, we're getting achievements for everything. Okay, make less achievements. Let's deal. Okay, let's see. High card. We just redraw the entire hand. No, it still does that. It still shows the card, right? It still shows the card value when the dog plays the hand, it should flip the cards over as part of an animation so you don't instantly know what hand the dog has. The carrot accumulation is confusing, and we ended up in a state where we couldn't win on account of making negative carrots per day. There we go, right? Okay, this will be the last change, right? I was supposed to have moved on from this some time ago, but we're gonna go and build a website as well. Oh, there's something in the yeah, we got an achievement as well. Okay, so dog, you're about to lose to a pair. All right, the dog also has a pair, and I think there's oh my god, we can see our achievements. House 10 bunnies. Okay, we want less achievements. We're just gonna wait it out and see if we can fix this problem. Then we're gonna do something else, right? Let's have a look. Da 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 da. And we're waiting for this thing to finish now. All right, we'll play against the dog. We're just gonna play our 2-pair. Okay. And then truly flip to reveal the values and rebalance the economy to prevent unwinnable negative carrot states. All right, I think this is pretty good. If this can be done, we'll see what comes out of it. It might take a while. We'll see. Nope, that was very quick. Then we're gonna go and build a website with this. Okay. The game is now has sustainable. Okay, so let's try to bang out our farms. Okay, man, I did not love having achievements. I think achievements was a mistake. Okay, let's deal the cards. We got a pair of 7s. We want. All right. Okay, it still does that. It still does that. Let's see if the game is unwinnable though. See, we're making 18 carrots a day. There's a gopher. It doesn't look like a gopher anymore. We'll build a house. We don't have enough carrots. Okay, so now I think the balance is better now. We should get an influx of carrots before the event happens. We did. All right, we can't lose here. We should be good. You lose. Damn. So if we don't get carrots before the event, it might be game over. So this is better. This is a lot better. Oh. Wait, that... Oh, we must have gotten the carrots as well. Or maybe this is for the day. So no, it's not. All right, 3 of a kind. We have a bunch of 4s. So let's redraw this. Full house, baby. There we go. This thing is still jank, but the game is now definitely as a prototype. This is good. I think this is fun. We're gonna get rid of achievements, but yeah. Let's do a new project. Let's go to so we can rename this thing Bunny Village card game. All right, and we'll save that. And let's go to how do we get out of here? How do we get out of it? Click this thing. Well, let's make a new thing, right? Whoops. Let's make a new thing here. I have no idea how much time we spent generating this thing, but that was pretty good. Okay, now we're gonna build a website, and I don't know what kind of style we should have. So let's try to describe this thing, right? So build a website, make it terminal themed. It should be a website for a project that lets you build beautiful UIs in the terminal using a custom template. Oh my god. Language. Make it dark themed as well. Give it a retro vibe. Okay, this is very vague. Let's see what we get with this. And then we are going to look at the source code for this thing. Building a website. All right. No, that's my wording. I was like, why is it so bad at talking? But that was my words. Okay, let's see. I think this might take less time than the game. I don't know why I think that. I have no reference. No, I was mistaken. I don't know why I guessed that. Okay, and is it gonna make it mobile friendly as well? Can we do that? I think it might be too big of an ask to say make this thing like make this thing. I wonder if you can give it can you give it a URL to explore? Maybe we could point it to the documentation and tell it to make a nice website based on the information that's there. That would be kind of insane if you could do that. Or even just like the GitHub repo. That would be that. Now, I'm gonna guess that it can't do that, but let's try that. Okay, let's go to github.com and let's find the documentation for this. Let's see if we can point it to the documentation as well. And we say base the content of the website on this documentation. What's the boost button above the chat box? No idea. Maybe once this thing is done. That one just says clear chat. This one doesn't say anything. I don't know what boost does. I have no idea where it gets the graphics from either, but we're gonna try this. And then we're going to... So this is what I was going to say when it was making the game, right? Like, you're watching the seconds tick up and I'm like, you can sort of feel impatient. But that's insane given how much time it would take if you asked a human to do this. If you asked a human to make this project and they'd be like, oh, it's going to take me over 27 seconds, right? Imagine if you had a go at them for that. But yeah, okay, let's see if this works though. If we can base the content on this website. I have no idea if this thing can scour the web or not. It would be very cool if it could. It is kind of exciting to wait to see what it's gonna generate. I think the bunny card game had some merits in the end. I felt like little peaks of fun when I was playing it, and I think that could definitely have been riffed on some more, where we balance it. So yeah, I think that's pretty cool. All right, let's see if we get some. Let's see if we get some here. Some web pages. Come on. With marriage ruining anime girl, stop it sometimes. Maybe, Skylar. Good morning, Excel. It could do that, right? You've been vibe coding all day, Priven. Is this what you do? Do you sort of just sit here and wait? Have you tried this, by the way? Perfect. I'll create a terminal theme website for terminal UI with all the requested features. I gave it a name. We're sticking with our name. Now let me create a URMD file to document this project and future development. Ship. That's not bad. Try it out, Priven. It's free. I mean, I know you probably have like a different way of doing things, but we're about to see how it does in generating a website. Okay. We've been vibe coding a game up until now, and that was pretty good. That was kind of fun. Ooh, okay. Well, I got what I asked for. These are not. It's got an animation. View documentation. Get clone. Okay, let's open this up. Interactive. Okay, let me just tell you that the code it made up isn't actually bad for a markup language in the terminal. This isn't bad, okay? This is kind of cool though, right? There's the syntax for the language isn't terrible. Right? We're not gonna remake AML, but that's kind of interesting. Terminal UI run calculator. Join the community. GitHub, Discord, documentation. Built by developers for developers. Join the terminal revolution. Made with love for the terminal. I mean, it's a year behind, but other than that, it's good. It even got our license right, even though we didn't say anything. Okay, let's see if we can do this now, right? Base the content of the website on this documentation. Let's see if we can do that. This is so unreadable. Oh, we're just getting started, though, Skylar. We're gonna tweak this. Okay, let's dare to open a link. Okay, let me know if you guys are making things with this. Send a link to your project, and let me have a look at it as well. Okay, so technically the sponsor segment is over, but I want to play around a little bit more with this thing. All right, it's been over for a while, but I want to play around. I want to see if we can do this, right? Let's see. I can show off some of the things that are built with this as well, right? Oh, wow. Okay, it can. Holy shit. Okay, now I have comprehensive information about Anathema. It's a Rust library for building text user interfaces with a custom markup language called AML. Let me update the website to accurately reflect this read product with its actual feature, syntax, and capability. Okay, that's a little bit scary. Like scary in a fun way, not scary in a oh my god my job way, right? Because you saw with the buddy game, like you're always gonna have to do some kind of intervention, right? Credit card bill coming when? It's free, Danaka. This is free to use. You have to pay if you want like more credits, but like with the other tools, AI tools, they're generally free to play around with, right? Having a live experience being replaced by AI. I don't know how long it would take to vibe code Anathema, but I don't think it's possible. Not in that sense, right? I don't think we're quite there yet. But I want things to exist. I don't have to be the person who makes them exist, right? So for that reason, I'm not worried about the vibe coding thing, right? I think this is perfectly fine. This would be probably quite a good solution if you are, let's say that you want to bang out a blog or something and you don't have any design skills, but you also don't have hundreds of dollars to spend on getting design done, right? Then I think this is perfectly fine to do things like this. It has taken a while, and I'm wondering if it's like because I don't know what it's doing, right? Is it able to add new features or fix bugs for Anathema? No. We're gonna look at the source code that this thing produces shortly. Okay, so now, okay, I'm very excited about this. Let's see if it will reload the page. Let's see if this will reload the page now. We're just waiting. It certainly looks retro, and I think they've captured a 90s, mid 90s website design look. I should probably have been a little bit more explicit about what we want. Okay, so it's updating the files now. Let's see what this looks like. Okay, so it's got mobile friendly UI as well. That's good. Oh, I'll agree with you on that one. Writing content for something where in a language that isn't your first language is definitely fine to do with AI. But then you're gonna get certain, like, you're gonna get a tone, a specific tone if you do that, right? Missing nice gifts and snow animation. We should have like best viewed in Internet Explorer 6 somewhere on the page as well. Except we don't want that. All right, modifying your project. Okay, we're almost there. and we're gonna go look at the stuff. I don't know how we get to the. Okay, we can download. For that you need Pro, but you can download this thing. We're gonna wait until it's done before we download and crack open this thing and look at it. We can also look at. We're gonna let this thing do. We're gonna let it do its thing first. Okay, here we go. Updating your file. I have Pro for this, Scott. Yes. Rotating skulls and under construction sign. That would be great. That would be delightful. Like we should probably like change the UI, but I'm gonna do that. But while we're waiting for that, we'll do it for now just to see what actually happens with the content. It's kind of interesting to see what it's going to do with this content here. If it's going to kind of riff on the wording or if it's going to copy the wording. Okay. Composable components with a custom markup language, fast prototyping with hot reloading. Okay, so it's not copying and pasting this text here, right? Git clone anathema. I mean, it left out the URL, the full URL, but I think that's fine. The buttons are this is very retro. And it speaks AML now. That's a little bit insane. Wait, do we have ID? Where is the example for this thing? We don't have anything like that, do we? Yeah, we do here, but we have not given an example of this though. Type safe state, hot reloading, event system, custom elements, Rust integration. That's a nice way of putting it. Rust integration. Cat example AML. Let's see if this is valid AML though, right? Alignment center. This is valid. This is straight out of the example. For item in state items, text item name, my button with events. This is you can, by the way, split your attributes across multiple lines if you didn't know that. And yeah, this isn't bad. Okay, we're gonna okay, this is good. Event handling, state management. This is good. All right, I think maybe I'm gonna borrow some of the writing here, but we're gonna change the design now. Okay, make the design more modern and yet terminal inspired. Okay, while that's happening, attributes goes after the events. Yeah, you're right, Skylar, that this would be invalid. And I don't know if you can do this, but this isn't bad, right? The content here is not bad. I don't know if it can do I don't know if this thing can do. Think that the blinking cursor is a nice touch as well, right? Anyway, like custom logos and stuff. We're gonna try that as well, right? No, you can't put the attributes before the associated events. You cannot. But that's okay. Maybe that's something we also need to mention in the docs, right? So let's grab some cases that people have made with this, right? So this was apparently made by BMW, right? This is a little bit more impressive than what a little bit more impressive than the bunny game, right? That's sick. Really? I wonder if this thing has mute. It doesn't have sound. You can change the color theme. Damn. If this was made entirely with this, that's freaking impressive. Can we leave? Okay, this is cool. Pop the trunk. No, no trunk popping. Can I see my own reflection? Can I zoom in and out? No. Okay, this is very impressive. Okay. Will it start driving if I just leave it alone? Did this drive when we loaded this? I thought it was rolling. It is. This is very cool. All right, let's have a look at where okay, I feel less impressed with my thing here now, okay? All right, let's look at something else. 3D building blueprint visualization project. So obviously you can do a lot more than the bunny game. But the bunny game has merit, okay? Well, okay, I'm gonna have to read instructions here. Interactive 3D building blueprint allows you to explore structural, electrical, plumbing, and HVAC systems in an integrated visualization. Click and drag in the model. And okay, so can we get rid of that? Okay, we're just gonna do this. Okay, that's... What is that noise? Okay, here we can scroll in and out to zoom. All right, the artifacts are a little bit, and I think that's because they are like fixed, and what we're seeing is kind of floating point thing. Oh, you can pan around like this as well, right? And you can do full screen. All right, this is cool. Did that start spinning? Okay, we'll try another thing in the meantime. We'll see where we are with our thing here, right? Then okay, so let's see an online typewriter. Is this gonna have audio? Let's see. Am I missing something? That's more like a mechanical keyboard, but I feel like we might be missing a half. Type a special message for someone. Okay. Press to open a drawer. Where's the letter A? Okay, here's the A, right? Oh yeah, so we got the vowels up here. Yo, where's the can I just type here? No, I can't type with the keys. That would have been very cool. Can I unscrew this? It reminds me of stop talking or keep talking. Anyway, this is cool. No, I don't want to go there. Okay, so that changes what that is. Oh, we can change the colors. Okay, nice. But where's my commas and all right, my eyeballs. All right, that's pretty cool. We're still waiting for this guy. Ooh, okay. Okay, this is a little bit more different. That's a little better. Oh, so that's where Apple got the new glass thing from, is it? I wonder where these icons comes from. This isn't bad. Built with Rust. Muy importante, no? This isn't bad at all. We're going to look at the source code for this thing. Let's have a look at the download here. Let me just grab this source code. Okay. Where do we get the source code? Let's do this. Let's go to downloads. Let's move the source code to temp. And let me do this for you guys. Okay, let's open up this thing and see what's in here. Tonal theme landing page for Anathema. Okay, that's pretty well organized. This looks fine. Typo with color, right? That's a joke, obviously. Okay, so it's built a landing page. And it even has references and the GitHub repo in there. Oh, snap. Let's open up the code. Okay, let's see what's in here. Okay. Really? Where does the images come in? I'm curious about the images. So far, the style looks fine. The naming of things looks sensible too. What is that formatting? Well, in Markdown. You surely you know Markdown by now. Okay, so where's the... Oh, they are SVG icons, really. The Rust code? What was the... Which Rust code? That's not Rust. No, this is Rust. Oh, this code. Yeah, this was a little bit different. Let's see if we do this. No. All right, that was a little bit different. But honestly, this is not bad. Okay, can we do this? Generate a logo for Anathema that sits on top of the website. This logo should be inspired by the terminal and for some reason bunnies. Also remove all Apple Mac looking stuff from the website. Format the Rust code properly. All right. We'll do this while we're looking at the guys. So the code wise looks fine, right? So these are SVGs then for the icons. That's very impressive. Yeah. And I don't know if these icons are are like well, hang on. I've been talking nonstop for almost 2 hours now. So we're gonna do things. So yeah, these icons are very impressive. I don't know if they are from like Font Awesome. Let's do Font Awesome icons and see if that's what we're looking at here, right? Search for lightning. I mean, maybe code block. No, we had code there already. I think maybe, but I'm not sure. No, it's not quite. It's not quite the same, is it? I think there's a roundness to Or maybe it's classic. Maybe it's pro then. Because they look a little bit sharper, not as round. Can we zoom into this thing? Yeah, I bet it's better on the desktop. Because I don't think they're as round as these ones are. But you know what? My old eyes can't tell. My old eyes can't tell. But honestly, this is pretty good, right? The code is generated. This could be any other website. That should be a ampersand greater than, right? But I think we can forgive that little transgression. Welcome back, Sushi. This is the code isn't bad. It's understandable. Well, if you work with stuff, it's understandable what things means. But yeah, I think this is okay. I could possibly even build on top of this thing. I think if you are an active web dev today, you could, holy, all right. You could probably work with this. This code is not poorly formatted or anything like that. It's actually quite good. All right. We'll look at the logo that it generates. Then we're going to conclude the sponsored segment, right? We looked at the typewriter. Let's hang on. No. We weren't ready for you yet. Okay. I'd say logo wise, that might not be my first choice. And it hasn't removed like the Apple style terminals. Remove. Is it floating? It kind of is. I like that. I like that the terminal is kind of like slowly animating up and down. Okay. Replace the Apple looking terminals with something more raw and Linux circa 1995. Maybe RxVT or Xterm. Okay, we'll do that in the meantime, right? What makes Anathema a modern TUI? Because you develop it using modern technologies like reactive templates and stuff like that, right? That's what makes it modern. But this is, I know you weren't really asking me, but I'll answer anyway. Okay, let's have a look at a couple of other things in the meantime while this thing is doing its thing, right? Let's look at a car game. That BMW thing was pretty impressive, I have to say. This thing is going to need something that with a slow roads IO. Endless driving Zen. I mean, so first of all, wait, did that have a Steam? Does this have a Steam link? Oh, I can't see it now. Okay, anyway, right. Play the original ad-free on Slow Roads IO. Seriously? If this was entirely vibe coded, this is freaking good. It didn't even have sound. And the sound doesn't sound anything like the sound I had. Can we get off-road? Yeah, we can. Okay, no collision. R to return to road. But forget the lack of collision. Damn. All right, you know what? Where are we going? We don't need roads. The Steam button in the bottom right corner. It is a Steam button. Honestly, I mean, this thing needs collision detection and stuff, right? Why does it have collision now? Oh, is it because we went off on the... Okay. It's a beautiful day for fishing, isn't it? We were airborne there for a second. This is freaking sick. Honestly. All right, let's see if we can get on the other side. You don't think this was vibe coded? I don't know if you can like see if you can see anything around this, but I'm gonna have to assume that it was because it's on here. I'm hoping we can get up on the other side of the landscape. This feels good. Like the car handling feels good. This is not bad. Maybe we need to throw another challenge, okay? One more challenge. I'm hoping I was going to reach the end of the lake at some point. I feel like we should be leaving. The lake wasn't that big, was it? We'll try, Skylar. We'll try. What does this do? World. Style. Okay. Vehicle. Oh. Now, hang on. The wheels and the bus, baby. All right, now, you know what? The bus kind of sucks a little. All right. Let's see if we can... Can we get out of here if we do this, though? We can see the speed here. Wait, we have cruise control? Yeah, I wonder if when we hit the water, we end up in... No, we don't. Oh, man. Uh-oh. I'm stuck. Shift the boost. We did a wheelie up in the trees. Oh, that's sick. Okay. Okay, unlicensed embedded. I don't know. Let's do... Okay, here we go. Better icon. I'm still not loving it, but this is definitely an an improvement. And it still does the floaty thing. And I think you could definitely do so much with this, okay? This definitely is... It's a vibe, right? This is... Should we like, can you play MIDI music on the website? Okay, we'll look at it one more thing, right? Let's do a... Well, what's a weather dashboard? Maybe. You know what? We're gonna forget this. We're gonna go and do... All right, looks pretty. Get out of here. We're gonna go and do another project. We're gonna do... make a 3D bunny themed JRPG. All right. I have no... That's like so vague. That's so vague. I doubt we're going to get anything good looking. Not like the car games, but let's see what happens. Because to me, I don't know. Make the terminal style adopt the user system. Are you talking about like dark theme, light theme kind of thing? Because other than that, I don't know how much you can adopt the user system though. So let's have a look. I'll create a 3D bunny themed JRPG for you. This will be a browser-based game using Three.js for 3D graphics. Okay. Oh, I see. Oh, that's a good idea, Snooze. Yeah, that we could have done. We could base the terminal look on the user agent information, right? That we could have looked. Okay, this will be the last thing I generate. I'm not gonna like reiterate on this thing. We looked at this thing, like the things that are part of the brief, right? We have looked at key features, how you can build with this thing. You can what I didn't show you was like the shareable URL, so I can probably do that as well, right? But other than that, you can make web pages, you can make games with this thing. It has built-in MCP tools for things like Figma and Notion, etc., right? There's a demo of it here where we turn a Figma design into a live website. But I think this demo is kind of like a fast thing, right? I don't have a Figma account, so I can't show you this. But we did see what it did with our URL. So this is pretty good. So I can't say anything about that other than what I see there. But when we pointed it at the Anathema documentation, it did that and included GitHub. Welcome to Discord, Cam. It is USafe. It is. So while we're waiting, we have that. We can do that. We can restart the web page with one click. The boost. Oh shit. Okay. Maybe. Hang on. Can I get my? Where are my projects? My drafts. Okay. So you guys asked what the boost button was for. Let's press it. So this is supposed to boost the design. So maybe this will just auto fix anything, right? So that's what that button does. Okay. And what else do we have? We could, so deployment wise, we didn't really talk about that either, but you can obviously just download and host this on GitHub pages, but there's apparently, well, there's the publish thing as well. So we could have used that one, right? And yeah, so for those of you who are interested, please check the URL at the top of the chat. This is free to use and you can mess around with this stuff and you can build websites, you can explore games. I have no idea what's going to come out of this thing. This is the last thing I'm going to generate. This segment should have been over a long time ago, but I had a lot of fun doing this and I definitely think there's merit to this tool. I think there is, I would kind of want to explore more in the bunny card game though. I thought that one was pretty good. Do you give them your phone number to register? No. You give them a email or an email if you're English speaking. You give them an email and that's it. No home address, no phone number, no nothing, just an email. And you get an activation link and you're done. And you can play around with it. It's like... I had no reservations trying this. I'm generally a skeptical person, and I gave them an email address, a real email address to try this out with. And what if I give them my ASL? Well, are you looking for a website or a date? That's really hard to tell with that information. But they don't ask for it, right? And I am pro anything that doesn't ask for information you don't need. So they before people get too cynical, right? This is how signups should work, right? You don't give them your phone number and 8,000 other pieces of information that is not relevant, okay? I know they need, some companies want this, or need this, but they want this for marketing information and things like that, right? But this company doesn't, right? If you go to the sign up, there's just a field to enter your email address and that's it. Not that Privan, which thankfully doesn't show up on stream, which you said. Yeah, obviously I can't endorse that, Scott, but I can't stop you guys from doing that either, right? Okay, we're about to, okay. So the boost button does this. I wonder how many times you can boost. I'm not going to boost anymore because it takes time, but I wonder how many times you can boost. We definitely are going more into the, where does this puzzle piece come from? I don't know how it generates stuff. I'm very interested in that. Anyway, I think this is good. I am definitely impressed with this stuff. I had a lot of fun playing around with this stuff, and I will ask them if I get to keep my account and the pro status for a bit and play around with the kid doing this, because I think she would be delighted doing this. I mean, she's a child. She's not going to have the attention to wait for whatever 50 seconds, but yeah. Okay, we're waiting for this. Is the last one. This is the last one. Then we're going to end the sponsor segment, and we're going to go and do some tea drinking and then get back into anathema. Very exciting. But yeah, okay. So what can I say about this thing though? It was fun to play around with it. I spent a lot more time on that bunny town management thing, which I think there might be some fun in there. I never thought I was a card games kind of person. Thank you, Temporus, by the way, for that. What else is there to say? So that was fun. It was fun to vibe code that thing. Does this thing make me fear for the future of my programming stuff? No, because I don't think an AI can generate projects like Anathema, right? I think instead this is really good for prototyping and exploring things where in the past you would have used mock-ups and stills. With this, you can actually tell it to generate something that you can tinker with. Correct, Temporus. That's exactly my issue. Do you think you could spot a website design with this service? No, you say. I could not. And I don't think anyone else could either. I think if we asked it to, I mean, like, what part of this would you think is AI design? This, at this point, just feels like super retro. But if we were to go into, let's do something here, right? And we say, make me a modern website that is the documentation for, and then we grab Anathema, right? I wasn't supposed to make any more, but let's see what happens here, right? I'm guessing that whatever we get from here, you are not going to be able to tell that this was generated by this tool, right? I don't think so. Oh yeah, let's see if there's a puzzle piece in here. Yeah, I don't think these icons that we saw were from Font Awesome. I think they might be generated. Interesting. And now we got two going at the same time. This is obviously going to take time, right? Yes, but the text you wouldn't have an AI generate for you, right? The text is going to come from somewhere. You wouldn't make a website around nothing, right? So either you're basing the website on your CV. So you'd be like, make me an HTML version of my CV, which is here. Or you probably could just dump Markdown as a CV and say, make me like a fancy website based on this, right? And publish that. And I think you're going to get something that you might have to change the content because it doesn't copy what is there. It didn't copy the thing that it didn't copy the text from here. It based its output on the text from there, right? So there's a big difference. Bunny Quest. Okay, we got our JRPG. No, it's not loading. It's not loading. Wait, what? Okay. What? Is this just a standard? So this is done with CSS. We didn't. Okay, let's do this thing. Pushing start adventure doesn't start the adventure. It's a bug. All right. Oh, I should have pushed the boost button. Okay, but here you go. Right. I don't think that you would be able to tell that this thing was generated by an AI. If the component does not need to handle state or receive messages, these can be set to the unit type. This is straight out of documentation. Component registration. I think this thing has been mangled from here, but that's to be expected. But forget the oddities of the content. Think about the website itself. And what is it that we said? Generate a modern website. All right. Let's boost it. Oh, okay. I gotta stop doing things. I gotta stop playing around with this now. But it is cool, right? Mobile friendly. That might need a little bit of love. We could boost that as well. Okay, we're gonna stop playing around with this thing, right? The thing is, I don't think you could tell that this website was made by an AI. I don't think so. And Built with modern web tech. I could tell that it's AI because you wouldn't put this much work into a website where there are bugs for Anathema. I mean, that is somewhat true, but that also makes me kind of interested in projects like this more than anything, right? Oh, wait, there we go. Look at that. We got 5 carrots. Welcome to the enchanted forest, brave bunny. Continue. The forest spirit need your help to restore peace. Collect magical crystals and defeat the corrupted creatures. Your adventure begins now. Good luck, hero. All right, so it's kind of like a... it's like... No, it's not. Okay. Mouse to look around. The mouse looking around. Space to interact, jump. You found the magical mushroom. We seem to find the same mushroom over and over again, right? You collected a magical crystal. We're not getting any combat, but again, this is at least 3D more than anything. But okay, I'm gonna go make some tea. That concludes the sponsor segment that should have ended an hour and a half ago or whatever. So we'll end that there. And you found something? Yeah, the world history thing, right? Okay, let's do a quick break while I make some tea, and then we're gonna get back into Anathema. I want them to sponsor the stream again so we can continue working on the Bunny Town card game, okay? All right, I'll make some tea. All right, 3 minutes and then we got tea. Okay. Yeah, okay. Let's see. So that was fun. That was my first sponsored segment, and I had fun doing it. And I'm happy to do more of these things. I hope it was all right for you guys too. I kind of enjoyed that. And I'm gonna. Hola, Vaibona. ¿Qué tal? Buenos días a tú. I hope that I get to do more of these things because I had kind of fun with that. And they like seem like nice people as well. The person I emailed with, so and I hope they want to sponsor again so we can continue the Bunny Town thing, right? Perfecto, ¿no? Todo bien. El comendador, ¿no? ¿Qué pasa contigo? Why the Spanish show up? Because nobody expected the Spanish Inquisition. Okay, so what should we do now? We're gonna go back and fix the bug, but first I have to. That's our Monty Python joke, by the way. It's time to do the bunny game, and I do wanna like riff on that. I thought that was kind of a cool idea. You're managing your town, and there's an event where you have to do like the card game thing. And it can sort of like escalate, and then we have the event. I don't think that's a bad idea. I think there was fun gameplay in there. Definitely was fun. I can see that. I mean, we could totally do a card game in Anathema, couldn't we? Do it. Oh man, am I ever gonna get anything done if I do this? But yeah. Ask away, CJ. Oh, that rhymes. I'm a bit of a poet. You know it. That was not rhyming. That was just bad pronunciation. But yeah. We can focus on the bug shortly. I'm just waiting for my tea to be done. All right, my tea is done. I'm just gonna go and fetch it. I'm fetching the tea. All right. Let's not spill. Okay. Yeah, Skylar. What's Balatro? I'm more interested in front end stuff rather than back end. Since I used to do graphics design, I've been learning a lot lately. Graphics design's cool. If it's a smart thing to do since AI is growing so fast, specifically in front end, should I just go into learning more back end stuff since I eventually plan on doing that anyway? Yes. So I want to work on more efficiently instead of wasting time where it's too late. Okay. So I think let me be a little bit profound here, CJ. Okay. Don't spend your life trying to predict a future you cannot predict. You cannot live in the future and you cannot live in the past. You can only live in the now. Okay. because no one knows the future and you can't live in the past, right? And here's the thing. If what you are passionate about and want to do is front end, hypothetically, then that's what you should do, right? We don't get multiple go arounds. You get one, and you should do what you're passionate and excited to do instead of worrying about the future. There are machines that can do baking. We still have bakers. There are machines that can do driving, and we still have people who, for some inexplicable reason, will run in circles and try to run faster than they did yesterday, right? Doing things in life is not just about money. As a matter of fact, that should be the last on your mind, unless your goal and your hobby is making money, right? Be excited about what you do. Take pride in your work and enjoy what you do instead of worrying about whether it's going to exist tomorrow or not, because no one has these answers, right? No one can tell you whether or not something or something rather is going to be in a certain way. We just spent a couple of hours messing around with what I think is a pretty cool product that will generate websites and stuff. But when you're working with a client and the client looks at the website and they go, okay, but I want you to change the following things to be exactly like I explained them to you. If you say that to the AI tool and it can't translate to what the client wants, what are you going to do? Are you going to go back to a paying customer and say, my tool don't understand what you want, so the problem is clearly with you? You can't really do that. So, and where in regards to where things are going, nobody knows where things are going, right? We don't know the weather tomorrow. We don't know anything, and we spent decades learning to build predictable models around the weather, right? We don't know. So don't focus or stress about a time that has yet to come, right? Okay. So let's see. Where are we with these things now? We are working on a bug here, right? Working on the bug. Let's fix that then, shall we? Let's fix that. Anyway, this, by the way, wasn't a poorly generated anything, okay? Let's just get out of here. If we do Firefox index, I think this will just load the whole thing, right? I don't think anyone can tell that this thing, well, said maybe, yeah, this would be, again, here's a typical example, CJ, right? This Rust code is incorrectly formatted. And I know that, and anyone else who programs Rust knows that, but the AI might not know that. So asking it to format the Rust code might just result in a big old nothing burger, right? So you have to be able to do things yourself, right? Okay, now we're going to do something here instead, right? Do I know the color of the t-shirt I'm going to wear in the next stream? I could say that I can speculate and predict, but I have no idea. If my house catches fire in the next 5 minutes, I might have to evacuate. I probably should evacuate. And I might end up in a situation where I have no access to my clothes, right? And you said the next stream. So my plan on doing a stream tomorrow might have to be postponed until the house is livable again. And at that point, maybe my entire wardrobe of white t-shirts have been destroyed. I also have black t-shirts, but it could be that my child does a sneak attack upon my person and throws a tomato in my general direction, which lands upon my person and will then stain my clothes. So the white t-shirt I was going to wear before I started streaming gets dirty, and then I have to dress up like a sandwich instead, right? You don't know anything about the future. You can predict and you can speculate and you can be more correct than someone else. But when you think about someone who predicted the future, what in reality you're observing is a lot of people out there is shouting a large quantity of nonsense. And statistically, one of them will be right about something at some point. This is when people's reaction is, oh my god, this guy named Todd predicted that this was going to happen, and he's been saying that we should all invest in waffles now. Waffles, buy waffles. And Todd was right once. He guessed correctly at one thing, but he's never been right about anything in his entire life, and he will never be right ever again. But you don't know that. Just because someone picked up his guess as the right one, they now attribute some kind of knowledge to Todd, right? Todd's not an okay guy in this case either, right? What kind of tea do I drink saying all that? Earl Grey. Why are you hating on Todd? Well, for those of you who didn't know, the D in JD is for Todd, okay? And now you know JD's real name, Todd, okay? Well, anyway, so that is how it goes, right? That is how it goes. We've reached the profound portion of the stream. Ties. Should I wear a tie? I will wear a shirt and tie on stream tomorrow if you do too. Kevin is also terrible. Just this is just arbitrary. Oh yeah, you have a bunny there now. Yeah, yes, okay, we'll get rid of that one. There we go. Okay, so we are going to make this thing work. Oh man, my batteries are a bit drained after that segment. I kind of ran out of steam a little bit. Oof. All right, I can unpin this thing now though. Let's see, unpin after. We can give it like a 20 minutes. Fine. You are not looking for wait, I'm not worried about being replaced. I just look to find the most efficient route to learn things. It's like I'm beyond confident in my ability to learn, but sometimes you see things that throw you off a bit. Makes sense. I think a lot of programmers, I mean, me personally, I do micro optimizations in my life, but I do them for fun, not because it's a compulsion, right? Making a cup of tea when I'm not streaming is a 3-minute slot that I can do something with, something I usually would procrastinate with or whatever, right? So during a 3-minute slot, when I'm waiting for the tea to brew, I could wipe down and clear the table. I could hang some laundry, or I could put on a laundry, put on a wash, or tidy something up. Like these 3-minute slots with things that you put off when you get like a 3-minute slot, that's what I like to do. So for me, making a cup of tea is usually a case of hyper optimizing something for fun, right? To you too. But yes, okay. Let's see. What do we got here then? We have to do something about this, right? What's a home VPN, Enrico? Is there something called home VPN, or are you talking about doing something like running OpenVPN? And if you do that at home, what's sort of the point of that, right? I have run OpenVPN on a VPS at one point, right? Self-hosted VPN. Yes, okay. I kind of guessed that's what you meant. Yes, I have run OpenVPN on a DO droplet. Yeah, WireGuard didn't exist when I did that. This is a long time ago. You can probably just grab a Docker image with that already set up and launch a droplet with that. Okay. All right. The time for itching is over. The time for programming is now. If a component is removed, return this component register for reuse. This can happen in an if statement. And this is where the current bug is, right? Yeah, I think WireGuard is just the new kid on the block when it comes to VPN. So we need to know about the widget that we are removing. And what is this thing? That's a key. So we drain or removed widget. So can we get... Does this mean that it has already been removed? I think it has already been removed at this point, right? Are my sponsors taking feedback? You have to speak to them about that. I don't think they are gonna getting much feedback through my stream at this point, right? I'm done with that segment. So it's best to contact them. It seems a dangerous route to go down, right? No, that I don't think, Maniac. I did give some feedback earlier when I was doing the segment. I talked a little bit about things, but I don't know if they care about that or not. Right? That's hard to say. So we remove this. We need this out of the... We need to know what this is in terms of the components, right? We need to find the component instance. So we can return this thing. I wonder if we can return it when it's removed. No. We shall not do that. Oh, I almost touched a bit of spilled coffee on the table here. That would be a bad thing to do. Layout context. Oh, my brain is cooked after that, though. That was fun. I need to explore the town management bunny card game. The resource management card game. So layout context. Try remove. The key. And what is the key? It's a widget key. So that's going to be widget. Wait, what? Why do you have... What's in here? It's a component entry that has both the state and the widget and the blueprint. But when we're removing something, how is this done on the tree level? We need to look at where that thing is going on. Where we return components. Here, this is what we need to look at. So I think what happens is that this has already been removed. So when we remove values, we need to place them into a holding cell for the time being, I think. I think that's what we need to do, because here we're already dealing with the values. But according to this, we have already removed the values. So maybe removed values should instead contain the values that are removed. Instead of just the value ID, we store the value in there as well, like so. I don't have YouTube open there. Hello, Bubbles. Using WASM. I think it would be fun to build something with WASM and Anathema, but we're not quite there yet. I think this is what we need. So when we remove something, we don't just push. Instead, let's go. Okay, this is going to be kind of invasive in the code base. So let's go to the store. Let's find the tree here. Removed values is going to be the value ID and the value itself. So let's make a struct here for removed values. That is generic over T. And it's going to have a vec of value ID and T for this. And the value, yeah, so that's just going to become removed values. Whoops. Like that. Okay. So we need a drain function for this. That one is easy enough. Let's see where we use this as well. During the cleanup. So I guess we have to change you to be a value ID and T, like so. Now there's no drain function on removed values. We're going to add that, right? This is Rust. It's a mixture of Rust and AML, which is a markup language that we've designed here. But I didn't dislike the markup language that the AI came up with. That wasn't bad. Value. No, what am I doing, right? That's just an empty vec. And let's have a pub function drain here. That's going to return into iter where the item is that. And that's just going to be a value ID and a T. I think that's the order we're going to do this in, right? Classic Caleb. Okay, so then that's just a straight up drain. Okay, so we'll change the drain function to look like this instead, because clearly that was the right thing to do. No. Okay, so calling layout clear should take a mutable reference to removed values. T, I think that's right. That should be a removed values. Now, removed values isn't necessarily exposed, so we should go to a tree module and expose some removed values. It is public, but if we look in here, actually the tree is public, so yes, they are. All right, we're good to continue then. Gotta give it a type and import it, and we're good. Well, we would be good if we make this thing implement debug. But yeah, that is gonna be removed values T. And okay, so we need to have a push function for removed values. So we're just gonna insert the node in this case. That's the key. Do we not? Oh wow. Do we not remove the value as we do this? This is a bit concerning, actually. This is code we haven't done anything with in a long time. So this one concerns me a tad. Where are the values in this? Remove a node and value from the tree. So where are the values? They are here. So we get Oh, and this is the value. But we're not removing that. Wow. Okay. This is going to be more involved than I thought. So we reparent with the values as well. That one is a non-issue. But, oh, here we go. And that's the key. All right, so all we have to do here is say remove values dot push the value key and the value itself. So we make that a thing. Then we don't put that here. And the removed values doesn't feature in there again. So that should be fine. Now the push function doesn't look like that. So we just have to make that look like that. We have to make it exist. There's a drain function and a push function now. We're going to call it insert instead. Although that might, when you have a key, that almost sounds a bit like you're inserting into a given position, which we're not, right? Change that to insert and, oh, that is not what we're after. There's a path and a T. Okay, so there's going to be a path and the value. That, on the other hand, is what we want. Okay. I can't even begin to stress how insane this refactor that we're doing now would be if we did this in Python. Or any language without a strong type system. I would be just terrified doing this. Okay, let's do this as removed values new. And we should fix 1, 2. And this one will somewhat be the same. Golang might be fine because you probably have a functioning type system there, right? Where do we remove the actual value? Here. So this will be the path, again, that we don't care about, and the value that we do care about. And then here, self.removed values, insert. And we have to insert the key and the value. And what's the key? Node.value. No, we do have the value key here, so why wouldn't that be used? So this is a little bit odd why this was there in the first place. I think we might have inadvertently fixed a bug that shouldn't ever have been there. What is this? It's a node, and then here's a value, so that's gonna be the path and the value. And push is insert. And that's an option. That has to be const. It doesn't have to be, but it can be. No reason for it to not be. Whoops. Do you think Rust makes you a better programmer? Man, okay. A better person? Absolutely. I am morally superior to any programmer out there who's using any other language. A better person? Yeah, clearly. A better programmer? Okay. Jokes aside, I think programming makes you a better programmer. I think programming Rust has sent me down the path of learning more about memory and caring about those things. So it depends on what you do. Everything is a choice and that points you in a direction, right? We are like Roombas bumbling through life. We hit walls and we change direction. Some of us, at least. And when you've been programming one language for a long time, you pick up the advantages of that and you learn to do things based around that language. Let's say you choose between Python and Rust, because I mentioned Python earlier, right? In Rust, you're going to have slow development time, but you might spend time learning about the memory and optimizations and things like that. These things aren't relevant in Rust. That would be relevant. In Python, these aren't relevant. And before anyone loses their marbles and say things like you should always optimize regardless of your programming language, you are uninformed and a simpleton. No. You don't pick Python because of its performance and how fast it is. You pick it because of rapid prototyping, right? So when you're working with something like Python, you become very quick at banging out code, right? You build whatever your proof of concept is done very quickly. You get it out, you get it tested, you deal with runtime bugs as they crop up, and that's it, right? And you accept the limitations of the language. So you become better at prototyping and you become very good at starting and organizing projects, maybe, whatever it is, right? Because you get to spend a lot of time doing these things. But in Rust, a project takes a lot more time, it's more glacial, so you become more ingrained in the project and all this thing. Everything is like a trade-off. So it doesn't really matter what you program, you will most likely become a better programmer regardless. It's just what aspect of you as a programmer is that is improving, right? I don't know anything about that Comic Sans Frontier, but mine doesn't have a built-in camera. I don't know if that's true, nor do I intend to speculate on that either, right? So that's our key and our value. What did we call this before? Just key. Okay, so that's key value that we're doing this thing with. And here's the cleanup, right? So here we could change this to say if let this, then that, right? It was real, then that is clearly an abuse of people's trust and privacy. Okay, that's it. Was that all we had to fix to make this work? Is the tick still going? Yeah, it is. Component has already been used. Did I not return this to the tree? I did. That is very concerning. I am inherently skeptical against any device that wants to be online. I don't like these things. I think these things are pretty intrusive and awful. I don't care whose government it sends pictures to. It shouldn't. Whether it's a Roomba or a phone. And also, I don't think anyone would save pictures of me on the toilet. That'll be weird. I will tell you an interesting story about how I went to the toilet today. And there was a bumblebee in there. And I didn't realize he was there. And he just wanted to hang out. And I did not want to hang out. I mean, I have a Mac on a desk behind me that I use for props for my YouTube shorts. But that's as much of an Apple user as I am, right? But I don't think the thing that puts me off Apple is that you can't install extensions, right? So if you're using an Apple device, you can't use uBlock Origin, and that to me is just insane. Why would you buy a device that won't let you do that, right? Top dollar to be tortured, right? Too right. So when I was going to help my missus to get her phone set up for non-ad nonsense, it turned out I couldn't. And it's like, what's going on here then? And it's like, oh no, you can't install extensions on iPhones. I'm like, what? Oh. Okay, I am confused here. Can we panic here? And if we never... Wait, that's the wrong place. If we never panic here, then we know something is wrong. Yeah, we never panic there. I think when we change technologies, Aaron, we do find frustrations no matter what you do. With Apple stuff, it's easy to pair with other Apple devices, and they are a bit more polished than Android in terms of user experience most of the time, right? These days, I don't think they add much in terms of innovation, but the user experience is a bit more polished. Android is not as bad as it used to be, though. It used to be really bad. Oh yeah, it's totes cringe, mate. I am never going to touch a provisioning profile ever again if I can help it. I stopped doing mobile dev, and that was one of the reasons, right? I haven't decided what to do with it, Tanaka. I think I'm gonna take it out of the project entirely, and make it something separate instead. Oh, it's just for debugging to a file. It's just for like pretty printing the trees and doing like dumps of the widget tree and stuff. Okay, this is confusing me a little bit. If we panic here, do we this is fine, okay? Do we see this panic? We do. So we end up doing this. So we do a layout clear. And we do this. We get the value out of there. Okay, let's panic here then. Okay, I forgot to take away the old one. Okay, that never happened. Oh, the plot thickens. 429. That is not it. That's 372. That's 429. Huh. What is it that we're removing here then? Has the value already been removed? Okay. We can say where this thing, whoops. Implements debug. Oh, good grief. Okay. Let's just say is some then, because this might imply that the value has already been removed. It is some. Then why aren't we ended up here? Why did we not see that error message? Oh, there it is. Okay. I was just blind to it, I suppose. So here we're inserting this into removed values. Let's make sure that it actually does insert it. It does. My brother has the nothing phone, and he seems happy with it. But it depends on what are your determining criteria for something, right? Like, what is it that makes something good in your world? If it's like full compatibility with Apple hardware, then an Android phone is probably quite bad, right? But yeah. Okay, so we do the insert here, and that should now panic. Explicit panic 35. That's it. What's the issue here then? I can't believe the amount of progress we have made with this project in the last like week. We kind of went from this glacial pace to release, right? It's been so fast, everything. And I don't know what is responsible for that. Maybe it's a new diet. We should all eat more porridge. Okay, I am confused here. We modify this value, but the cleanup code doesn't seem to run. Okay, let's see if we get that error message before anything else. No. So the component is used before we get to the cleanup. I think I understand. So if we were to do something like this and look in here. I think that maybe at this point, this component exists inside the... Wait, what function are you? Oh, okay, that's not quite right. Yeah, that's not helpful. This should not panic in the future. No, but that's okay. We need to fix this. But where does this error come from? It's a result of this function call. But what is this function called? It's this thing, right? So it's the backend runtime run. That's what is happening. So let's restart this thing now. Run, yes. Continue, continue. Tick. Shit, we didn't even get to the second part of this. Oh, rubbish. We didn't even get here. Is it this thing that is failing? All right, let's run it again. 9, 10, run it again. Break. Wow, okay. So it's during the same tick? Ooh, Nelly. The plot be thickening. No, let's get up from there. Okay, we need something that is going to tell us what file is this. This is the builder. Find me the runtime module rather, and let's look at the frame tick function. That's 1. That's 2. All right, in we go. Init new components, elapsed pull events. Apply changes, tick components, and cycle. Okay. So we end up here twice. Okay. Where's the cleanup thing happening anyway? Wait, is that even happening at all? Is that even happening at all? Apply changes and then tick cycle cleanup. Where is this thing being run from? It is being run. Are we ending up in here at all? No. Damn. Okay. I think that I have made a mistake. What's calling this cleanup thing then? Okay, there's the return component thing. Return state and components. Where is that called from? On a force rebuild. Okay, so it's not the same as cleanup. Where is cleanup called from? Why is this public? Okay, we're calling frame cleanup after the tick. So this tick will happen, and then we're supposed to call cleanup after that. And that happens in where? Show error. Okay, so that is not what we're interested in. What's this then? It's in the run function. Oh, do we never get here maybe? We never get past this tick. Yeah, we do. And there's a cleanup here. We didn't get past that tick though. Hmm. Huh. We don't get past the second tick, which means we don't get to the cleanup, which means we don't get to return the components. How can this be? Yeah, we didn't even get in there, right? No, that's the bloody show error again. Stop bringing me there. Here's the first one. Okay, there's nothing that's been removed there. And now in the next tick, here's where... That's where it fails. What's causing this to fail? Okay, let's run this one more time. All right, this one's fine. In here we go. Pull events is fine. Tick components will fail maybe. Cycle is the stuff that's going to generate that. So at this point, something will have happened. So the cleanup should technically happen between these two. All right, so even though we're running the cleanup, it doesn't seem to happen. It's a little bit sus to do this, but we'll try it. Oh my god, it's the bloody show error thing again. Okay, good grief. Can you stop taking me there? All right, we're just going to end that and go to the runtime here and find the cleanup call. There it is. So present and then clean up. So we do the tick thing first before we do that. So that should clean up the tree and make sure that there are no unreturned widgets. I'd love it if this didn't have to be there, but I can't deal with those at the same time. Let's go in here now. Can't debug from there. Okay. Okay, here we go. Wait, what? Why did that happen this time? 1, 2, in we go. And then cycle phase. Even though we're running the cleanup. 1, 2. Okay. 1, 2. Okay, let's go to cleanup and let's look at the code here. Yeah, we're gonna get stuck on events now. I can't, I'm not patient for that. 1, 2. And then here we go. Okay. There are no widgets in there that has been removed. So is it because we removed them and insert them at the same time? Maybe that's the issue. So there are a few ways we can solve this. We can mark things as deleted and then deal with them after the fact. Do it, modprog. Go back to Vim. I feel like maybe... No, sorry, I read that out loud as well. I think maybe the marking things as removed or not and then dealing with these in the filters might be almost a better way of doing it. So things are marked as removed and everything. And then when we go to use filters, we deal with it there. And when we are done with the cycle, that's when we drain the tree. But it's becoming quite complex. And adding more complexity is something I don't want to do. This is already difficult to sort of wrap your head around. So I think at some point we are ending up removing a widget. Where do we do this? Here. We're ending up truncating these children and then we generate new ones. So I guess what we would have to do here is return any widget immediately to its location. So we can't just... Too many values bubbles? Yeah. I wonder if maybe we should ease up on the panic. And what will happen is that we will move the component around and it'll be none the wise. So we can at least see it run. Let's try to do that. Let's find the panic in here, which is in the builder 2012. 212, sorry. Runtime builder. This error here. If we just do a continue here, we're not going to see the error maybe. We don't. But I don't think that's the right thing to do either. I think that's the wrong thing to do. So let's set an attribute here. Val can be state.value here. And then here we just make val else. Again, not having homogeneous types in these things is very helpful here. Let's open up break and let's just say value is attributes.val, and that's it. Not changing. And something is eating a lot of CPU there. And we are changing this. So let's go to our index here and let's look at the state value. Well, we are showing that here. Wait, it's set to 1. Okay. I just have to answer this. Why is that not changing? Okay, now it's changing. Okay. Oh, okay. Well, that's the panic we were looking for. That's that panic. So we're good with that. Something was removed. And if we put it here, we're not going to see it again, I think. No. So this thing can keep jumping back and forth. What if we have a break in here? Now we see the value where it should be. But that is sort of not helping. This might get this to work. Yeah. But it doesn't work when we have an else statement doing this. So the moment we introduce this guy here, it stops working. Yeah. Okay. That's the bug. That's the bug. Right. I'm going to have to end the stream now. I have to go and deal with something. I have to eat some lunch. It's been a good stream. Thank you guys for hanging out. And let's see. It was fun doing the sponsor thing. And maybe we can do some more of that. We'll see what they say. And I will